What's up to the chat? What's up to the chat? What's up? Shark Tank representing. What's up, fellas? Hey, look here, y'all. Don't y'all forget hit them damn like buttons. Don't y'all damn hey, don't forget to hit that like button. What's up to my main man, number one in the house, Mr. The Supreme Excellence in the house. What's up, fam? My brother, walking down Ram Big Steppin'. What's up, fam? My homie, 614 Tree. What's up, fam? My man, Jermaine Hunter. What's up, fam? Yo, Dreadlock. What up, fam? My man, representing New Mexico, Frank Cervantes in the his house. What's up, fam? Yo, AJ! Yo, AJ! What's up, fam? My man! Diaz! What's up, fam? Another one of my homies, Rag City's in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Benny! Yo, Benny! What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Richard Ram in the house. What's up, fam? Welcome to the show. Yo, Rich, check it out, man. As you notice, you see you in a room full of the blue. We call this the Shark Tank. Look, don't cost you nothing. Pick up that blue, fam. All you got to do is show up. You done that already. Now all you got to do is show up. What I mean by showing out is participate in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if you're able to swim amongst these sharks. You be able to swim amongst these sharks, fam, you will be getting that hardware. Appreciate you showing up, fam. My man, Big C Rules in the house. What's up, fam? My man, William McNeil's in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my main man, TCBTV, representing in the Shark Tank. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Bo in there. Yo, Bo in there. What's up, fam? My man, Mr. Dennis Oliver's in the house. What's up, fam? Welcome back, Dennis. I see you, fam. Shout out to my man, Came in Scenes in the Heat House. What's up, fam? Yo, Game Boy Incorporated. What up, fam? My man, Double M Dance Ball. What's up, fam? game boxing. What's up, fam? With Mew. Yo, with Mew. What's up, fam? Shout out to Magnolia. Kennels in his house. What's up, fam? Carlos Regis in his house. What's up, fam? Another one of my homeboys. Rack City. What's up, fam? Yo, Vampire Ray. What's up, fam? My man, Mr. Dennis Oliver. What's up, fam? Shout out to my boy, Arrowhead Kennels in his house tonight. What's up, fam? Y'all fellas, don't forget to hit that like button. To all my new viewers, y'all don't forget to hit that subscribe button. You can hit that notification. You know how that works. Not that you need it. We're going to be on every Tuesday, every Fridays, 8 p.m. That's Talk Shit Tuesday, Hot Mic Friday. Welcome to the show. Yo, Brad Pitt. What's up, fam? Yo, my man. Vincent Huxton's in his house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Mr. Paris Jackson's in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Eli Monster. What's up, fam? Viking Family LG in the house representing. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Soul Power, a.k.a. Gamed Up Kennels in the house representing. What's up, fam? Yo, Soul Power. Appreciate you coming to the show, fam. As you know you done fell into a whole lot of this blue. We call this the Shark Tank, fam. Look, don't cost you nothing to get in the Shark Tank. All you got to do is show up. You done did that part already. Now all you got to do is show up. What I mean by show up, participate in the chat. Let me see how you swimming amongst these here sharks. You swim amongst these sharks that can handle yourself, fam. You will be getting that hardware. Appreciate you coming to the show, fam. Oh, yeah! Y'all don't forget to hit that like button, sharks. Don't forget to hit that damn like button. Time to get your boogeyman in the house. Chico Solid in the house. What's up, fam? SBC Kennels representing. What's up, fam? QU. We hunt Kennels in the Shark Tank. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Mr. Prentice Cars in the house. What's up, fam? Yo, Russell Show. What's up, fam? Y'all don't forget, you know, we got that super chat. Them stickers, everything just running off. should be a little better on that static, fellas. Shout out to my man, Self-Made Kennels in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Heist B in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my boy, Rudy Kennels in the house representing. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Hemi James in the house. What's up, fam? To all the new viewers, don't forget to hit that poll. Y'all don't forget to hit that poll. For all my new viewers, don't just watch the video, pay attention to what's going on in Shark Tank. That Shark Tank be on heat. A lot of good information going on down in there with them sharks. So we always tell you, don't just watch the video, check out your Shark Tank. Appreciate everybody coming out tonight on this Friday night, hanging out with the family. Yeah. Shout out to my brother from another mother, my main man, Mr. Big Dogs in the his house. What's up, fam? My man Heist B, as you see, you in this room with a bunch of these damn sharks. We call this the Shark Tank. You see all that blue? Look, all you got to do to get that hardware and get that blue, fam, don't cost you nothing. All you got to do is show up when you done did that already. Now all you got to do is participate in the chat. Let me see how you swimming amongst them sharks. You know what I'm saying? See, you can handle yourself. Guess what, fam? You will be getting that hardware. Yeah. Martinez gang dudes in the house. What's up, fam? Shout out to my man, Wells Kennels, Combines in the house. What's up, fam? My man, Lil Ruff. My man, Lil Ruff. Yo, yo, what up, fam? Yo, Paris Brown, what's up, fam? My man, Mario McLaren, what's up, fam? Welcome to the show, fam. Mo. Yo, Mo.
Yo, what's up, baby?
Hey, baby, look here, man. Tank on thick.
What's up, baby? Oh, yeah, it's Friday. Come on. Where's the boogeyman? Where is the boogeyman? Come on. Y'all know what time it is. It's collar check time, chain check time. You already know we got to get down before we sit down. Clean up that shit, get that fresh water out there. You check them chains, them collars, them cages. Everybody secure. What about them cameras? Make sure you check the cameras. You never know what's going on when you're gone. Took care of all that business, then pull up a chair. It's time to sit down. Come on. Yes, sir, we in the house. Come on. That's right, y'all. Talk Shit Friday. We up in here. Holding it down. Holding it down. Oh, we holding it down. Y'all seen the look on my face when I started shaking the table, y'all. He was like, oh my God. Oh, shit. What's up, everybody?
Man, shaking my shit, man.
What's up, everybody? Thank y'all for coming out on this Friday, Talk Shit Friday. Hot Mic Friday. You know what's up. You know what's up. It's Hot Mic Friday. That means we're into the weekend. I'm glad to see everybody made it out here safely to check out this show. Y'all seen that poll? Y'all seen that poll? I seen some good ones on there. Everybody liked that Tornado Lady Stone match. Ooh, that would have been a good one. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and it leads a lot to what we're gonna be talking about tonight. That what if. You know, that what if. You know, let's talk about that what if. What if Yellow Buck had went in the Mayday? What if Angus had went in the Jeep like they were supposed to? Yeah. Yeah, what if Yellow Buck and Mayday would have came to an agreement the way they would have got a chance to get down? Ooh, that would have been a good one. The baddest one would have been BB Red and Queen. Ooh. I'm going to tell y'all now. I know BB was a bad bitch. But she would have had to been an extra bad bitch to run up in there on Queen. I wouldn't give a damn how good she was. Okay? I'm just going to tell y'all the truth. I'm going to tell y'all the truth. They said Trina was like BB. Got pulled up. When you get ran to the right one, poop, nah. BB ain't taking nothing away from me. She beat some good ones. But she ain't running into nothing like the Queen of Heart, y'all. I'm going to tell y'all the truth. Now, she might have been able to work with Queen because she was definitely high ability, good mouth, pretty rough bitch. But I'm going to tell you something, man. If you had seen Queen for yourself, you would have probably said the same thing I'm saying being that I saw her. BB should have came in there with CC, not BB, because Queen would have put something on her ass. I really believe that. Just like she would have put something on, like she put that ass whooping on Pepper. Yeah, I think she would have did the same thing to Shady Lady, and she would have did the same thing to BB Red. Two great dogs, but one bad bitch. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, that what if would have been a great what if on that one. All the rest of them to me falls in a category that's pretty deep, You know, Angel was supposed to go in the Jeep till he ran into a little expose sitting on at the porch, running loose. So, you know, if Yellow Buck and Mayday had to make their little connection, couple pounds kept them apart. But hey, they was definitely communicating, trying to make it happen. You know, size wasn't really in Yellow Buck's favor, being Mayday was, you know, average 60-pounder. Yellow Buck, he probably get there. He might get as far as 56, 57, getting up a whole lot, going up 58 now. Thinking about going into a dog just as game as him, just as good as him, that would have been a hell of a clash. But Yellow Buck would have been a little bit of a disadvantage. But it would have definitely showed to be proven which one of them great dogs would have been the greatest. It's still we're on that what if. You know? And it has a lot, I said, like today's subject, that what if. That what if goes a long way. What if we did a lot of things that could have been done or made happen? You know? What would our history be back then if we had no journal? You think we could have ever made them kind of connections? You think we could have ever had them kind of great matches without the reference and the stories and the histories that y'all enjoy today? And the only reason they're relevant today because we read about it. We can pick up these old journals and look through them and see these great dogs and they career, the stories. We ain't got nothing to tell a story to or read about, then how can it be a part of history? Because it sure don't want to depend on it coming through word of mouth. No telling what kind of story you liable to get by the time it get to you 20 years later. If it even be worth having a story when you don't know a story, when there's no story to talk about. And that goes in the same aspect as the great connections and the great matches. Would have been a whole lot of what ifs if you had those references. And you didn't have them, really. What kind of what if would we have? You know what I mean? Remember them very same books? We look through them and get breedings and pedigrees and get to know kennels that we would never know without those books. Without those books, what if we had no books? What would this dog game be 20 years later, like now? We didn't have none of the books, none of the recordings, nothing to read from, nothing to reference to but word of mouth and pairs online. Nobody's registering dogs. Nobody's reporting matches. So with that being said, what kind of breedings would we be having? Hey, here's a good one. I think Beeline would have been just as famous as Chico and Mayday without them. The only ones would have benefited from a situation like that back then would have been Beeline. Beeline ran a couple years with the journal. So imagine what would have happened if we didn't have the journal to reference to see the fraud. As it developed, it took it a minute for everybody to recognize that, hey, there's something wrong here. Okay? Now, what if we didn't? What if we didn't have the journal? And we got a kennel like Beeline out here tagging their own champions, putting together their own breedings, promoting it like Chico and everybody else that wants to sell a dog. How would the game be now? What would it have looked like now if we didn't have none of those things back then for you guys to talk about? Do you really still think we'll be talking about Bolero 20 years from now? From then? You know what I'm saying? Will we be still saying Bolero? No. Mayday? I don't know. Probably wouldn't even know who he was. A lot of these dogs. How do we even get the famous matches that we did get? If we had no reference to bring those parties together. Let's go fast forward 20 years later to now. Without those things, what would we be talking about now? Who would we even be listening to now? Where would the game be now if we didn't have none of that? None of that. What would we reference to? How would we know who to pick up the phone and call and see? If nobody wanting to call and talk to nobody. How are we supposed to get these things done? Back then, if we didn't have none of those things to reference to. I would have never made it over to Puerto Rico. I would have never knew about Tommy Boy. I would have never got the opportunity to go to meet the guys that I met. I probably would have still met Atlas and them because I didn't know nothing about the journal then. But I would have never knew who they were and what kind of impact they were to the game if I didn't have no registry. Remember, all my dogs was always ADBA registered, including the ones I got from Atlas Boards and James Edwards. Every one of those dogs were ADBA registered. I didn't even know how to read papers, so what good was those papers to me back then? They didn't mean anything to me until I was taught who those dogs was and their pedigrees and what those pedigrees meant to the dogs that I had and the importance of what those pedigrees was to the dogs that I had. Other than that, they was just some dogs. That's it. Regardless of what they was winning, they was still just some dogs if they didn't have papers. And I couldn't remember half the shit that James told me on how they was bred. Especially back then, I didn't even care because I didn't even know what the pedigrees were. It would have been empty. Straight up empty. And this is 20 years ago. Imagine what it would have looked like 20 years later. Who would we be talking about? Good question. Who would we be talking about? Would we still be able to talk about these dogs that we talk about today? How would you know anything about growing hard kennels 20 years later if there was never a growing hard kennels out there for you to hear about or read about or however you ran across this? If there was nothing out there to reference us to. You know what I'm saying? And that goes with a whole lot of other lines.
Mr. Garcia.
Oh, we got Mr. Garcia in the house. Oh, yes, sir.
I'm doing a volume check, make sure everybody can hear you. Want to say hello to the Shark Tank?
Hello, Shark Tank. Hello, everybody in the chat, and salute to the twins. How's everybody doing?
Thumbs up, y'all. Y'all can hear him more good, so we can know what he was. So y'all can hear him. We don't want to make sure we hear everything tonight here. Thumbs up. You got some thumbs up. Okay, how you doing, Mr. Guy? How you doing, schoolboy?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you. How you been?
I'm okay, sir. You know me. I got that utmost respect for you. So if I call you Mr. Garcia a couple times and call you schoolboy a couple times, might be based in the emotions that we speaking on. So, you know, I might be a couple. Okay. So everybody, this is Schoolboy, AKN Mr. Richard Garcia. For you newcomers that don't know, I'll make sure I put up all the information you need. Show you the books that I got, so those who don't know who he is, y'all can go ahead and do y'all little investigations to get to know. Because remember, guys, he has references from the back in the past. You know, this is where the past plays such a big important part. I had to go get the professor after watching last week's show. I had to go get the professor. I had to call him up and ask him, Professor, you got to help me out here because these guys don't want it. I'll tell you, these guys they're trying to get rid of.
I'll do my best, and I really appreciate it. And, you guys are doing a stand-up job.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, we had that show last week, y'all. I had to have a part 2 to this one because saying, guys not registering your dogs, it was 50-something%, even though it was 47. They thought it was important. It was 53 to say that the papers weren't important. That's over a half. Registering your dogs was not important. And almost it sounds like they was even game on the situation of we don't have any magazines. We don't have no type of reference, of the now. Or we still talking about dogs of 20, 30 years ago.
That's right. I ended up catching the show. It was a good show, and you made a lot of good points. And let me just say this real quick.
Go ahead.
There's always been people that they don't register their dogs. Even me in the past, and for different reasons. I don't want to have to pay somebody to tell me how my dogs are bred, and I don't think it's important. I don't want my name out here. Fast forward, like you mentioned, 20 years, right? Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of people, they didn't report their matches. They didn't care. They didn't put their heads out there. They appreciate it now that it's out there. They appreciate it that I talk about it and talk about their dog. So even though you may think it's not important, in that respect, you're going to appreciate it later because it's not lost to time. The other point is, registering dogs is keeping the history of the breed. And there's no entity in sports or in breeding, whether it's horses, cattle, dogs, whatever it is, that doesn't keep records. It doesn't register something somewhere. So people may be down on it now, but believe me, they're going to appreciate it later when they can look on Pets Online, or we can put up a pet, or they can reference back to how their dogs are bred because people don't remember. And I've seen that over and over. They forget how their own dogs were bred if they didn't keep track of it. And or they get it wrong, and they're always going back and forth. Oh, no, it wasn't that, it was this. And he wasn't sired by that dog, he was sired by this dog. Even if you keep your own records, that's good enough to an extent. But when you register them, the information is all there. Because what I've noticed is people will, anytime somebody puts up a pic of a dog, right? One of the first things somebody else is going to ask is, head please, how's the dog bred like that, right?
Right.
That's important. But what's also important was when the dog was bred, when was it born? That information ain't really out there on Pets Online anywhere. So you can't even remember what year the dog was born or what month or the birth date, so that you can have that reference too. And it's a way of I see it all the time. Oh, this dog and that dog, and they should have got together. Well, they're 10 years apart. There's no way they would have put them together. This dog sired that dog. There's no way that dog sired that dog because that dog was dead when this other one was born.
Mm-hmm.
People just don't know and they don't remember. So it's a certain way of keeping track of things and keeping people honest, even if they want to lie, And that's just a couple of points I wanted to make.
Well, there was some damn good points.
Yeah, I was catching what you were talking about earlier in the show. I can't watch it while I'm on the phone,
mm-hmm.
But you were right. The records, the information, fact checking and all that stuff. How are you going to do it if it isn't somewhere? You can go by somebody's word if they're honest, But even that, like I said, they forget. You can't forget. And you know how your dogs are bred, but imagine 10 years from now, if you didn't write it down, I guarantee you're not going to remember. That's just the way the human brain works. That's why we have to go back and reference this and that. That's why I got stacks and stacks of pamphlets with notes in them. Because I have to go back and reference. when I write books or anything, or you know, and you know, my registry, same thing. I got it all on a database, you know, and mine's kind of different because I go by the registration number. Doesn't have anybody's personal information there. I don't keep it, and I don't put the personal information like that on the registration form. That's just for the safety of people and for you know, to in case there's ever a problem. I can't tell somebody else someone's information is not there. I don't have it. I don't know it. And it's also, the focus is on the dogs, you know. It has the breeder, it has the owner, it has the whatever, and I encourage people to use their kennel names, you know, and it has all that information, date of birth, color, sex, all that stuff. But, you know, the personal information of people, I don't keep it. And if they want to post online or they want to dual register, they can do that. You know, there's no problem with that. But that's up to their personal preference if they want to do it. You know, like let them do it. I don't. The way I look at it, I don't have the right to put somebody's business out there. That's how I look at it. Whether I'm right or wrong, that's just me.
Right. Okay. So what about the? Do you put the accolades on? Do you put champions and grand champions and all that stuff on your registry with dogs?
Yeah.
If you do,
yeah.
How do?
Yeah. I don't put. Even if somebody wants to put, you know, 3-time winner, whatever like that. Yeah, I'll add that, you know. But just looking, and even with the other registries or any registry, if you put champion, someone looking at it, you know, they might not know whether it's a champion in the traditional sense or if it's a show champion or a weight pool, whatever. But again, you know, if you know, kind of that thing, you know. But yeah, I'll put that, put ROM, POR, all that stuff, you know. That I think that's important too, you know. And then the fraternity, like you were mentioning, you know, the fraternity will check people. The fraternity will know the truth, you know. But there has to be a starting point. There has to be a point of reference. If you don't have that, then it's just a bunch of people talking. You know, it's the Tower of Babel. Everybody's saying a bunch of shit, and nobody can check it.
That's
you
right.
Know?
Yeah.
And there's been frauds even back in the day in Sporting Dog General. They were outed. You know, eventually, you know, somebody said something. Somebody got a hold of Jack Kelly. It happened near where I live. You know, one guy, every time he put a match in there, he never lost. And, you know, I probably mentioned it before, and he had nothing but grand champions and champions, this and that. Well, it finally come out, and Kelly just deleted all his stuff. And he wasn't allowed to report, or he didn't send him the magazine anymore, none of that. So sometimes it takes a little while to get to the truth of the matter, but it comes out, you know. Even 30 years later, stuff comes out, man. That's why that's one of the reasons I don't lie. You know, somebody's going to know I'm lying, so why do it in the first place? And I ain't that way anyway, you know.
Now that was very interesting. So when it comes down to the reference and the what ifs, the what ifs plays a big part in that. You know what I mean? Like, what if we didn't have all that back then? What were we really talking about now?
Exactly. What would be, like you know, like I said, you said, what would we be referencing? But if it's not there, then what are you going by? That those dogs that we all know and we all talk about, nobody would know them. Nobody would know what they are, what they did. And again, if that stuff is important, and it's important in every other entity, like I said, then it should be important with the APBT too. It has to be. We can go back over 100 years of records and matches and shows and breedings and breeders and competitors, all that stuff. And it's there. It's written down somewhere if you just research it enough, you know. And so you know, if that's not important, then the whole thing ain't important, because it'd just be a bunch of blank pages, no knowledge, just passed down from one to the other, which you can do that to a certain extent, but you can't fact check that way. You just have to take someone's word for it. So, and again, registering, it keeps the history of the breed, at least on paper, at least the pedigrees, whether they're right or wrong. If they're wrong, it's going to come out. But, you know, a lot of dog people, they're honest. They do put the truth down. And you want to know, you know, what was bred and how it was bred and how they put the pegs together. It gives you an idea how to make your breeds, you know, whether it's line bred, outcross, inbred, three-way, whatever, four-way crosses, you know, and for me, what I came to realize is when we make good breedings and we have success with a breeding, even though the names of the dogs have changed, if you go back and see how someone else did it, it's going to be the same pattern. It's going to be the same types of breedings. That's just the way it works. Whether you know the past or you don't know the past, when most of the breedings are successful, it's just a pattern that's being repeated over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to get the jump street on it, go back and reference it, and then make a breeding in the same pattern, and it's probably going to work. You're going to have some success with it if the dogs are solid, the individual dogs you're using, and the parents, grandparents like that. You know, that just, like I said, you know, I always reference a lot of different things, whether it's racing pigeons or greyhounds or dog, because the breeding techniques, the standards, they're all the same across the board. It's just a different type of animal. There's differences because, you know, chickens lay eggs and, you know, dogs are mammals, but the standards themselves are the same. You know, it's not nothing new. So read that history, look up some stuff, and it'll help you get to where you want to be quicker.
Well, what do you think about a what if? Like now, we talk about our history now. 20. Right. I mean, it goes as far back as we can go. Okay. Right now, being that we don't have, you know, 57% say forget the registry. And then you got probably more than that says, well, it's a fact that we don't have no reference as far as the game dog anymore. Nothing to fall back on. The best thing we got to fall back on is pairs online. And anybody can go on there and put a champion down. We can go on there and put a champion, make our own dog up. Call it the Shark Tank, Champion Water. You know what I'm saying? And watch how many people put a nice pedigree on them and watch how many people hit it. Put an email, put an email down on there. Watch how many emails you get.
I honestly don't have an answer to that just because of the atmosphere is illegal and all that stuff.
Right.
But I can't imagine people not talking about it. They still say it. If it wasn't important, why are they talking about it? And let's put it like this: in foreign countries where it's legal, they do all that. They register their dogs. They keep their pedigrees, whether they're handwritten or registered. They keep track of the shows that they have, all the conventions, and who did what, and the breeders and the competitors. And they have magazines out there for their sale. Because, you know, nothing's going to happen to them. Just, you know, you go to the Balkans, they don't care. You know, Mexico, it ain't no big deal. So, in that respect, if it wasn't important, why are they doing it? Why are they still keeping track? But as far as here, you know, I really don't have an answer other than registering, having pedigrees like that. And a lot of it in the past, if you want to look at it this way, it was by word of mouth. You know, if you knew you know who was doing what and how good their dogs were, you know, you had to be involved in it. So people are always going to be involved in it. It's just, you know, and going back to the magazines, if you took all the let's say the BS out of it, if you took out all the challenges and people calling Wade and talking shit back and forth and arguing and putting this out and just put match reports and just put the breedings, advertisements, you know, and everybody used a moniker, you know, not their real name, then maybe some of those magazines would have lasted longer than they did.
Right. I would think that I would just have the magazine would just have the dogs' names because it's really a historical event. We really don't know when, where, and nothing about it.
Nothing.
I would just be using dogs' names. So and so and so and so. I wouldn't be putting no story down. I would be putting down the when, the time, you know, because all we're doing is just matching up dogs. You're gonna have instances where you're gonna have dogs that's gonna run across with the same name, but then when you're registering I feel like we should be like the historical book of records. That's just one example. If I was to keep a record, it would be kept a record of strictly. Now, we got your information. If you're registered with us, we have your information, but you will never see it published. You'll see your dog get the recognition, but you won't be no kennel name. We don't need no referee. And if
I totally get you, and that could be a way that it could have been done. Because what are we in it for? The dogs, and hopefully the mindset is, the dogs get the recognition.
Right.
So I could see something like that. Yeah.
Because it's still a historical fictional book. Because you don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's nothing there to pinpoint anything. And I think that's better than nothing. Because as those who read it, they will know the difference between Champion Charlie over here and Champion Go Charlie over there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because you're still dealing with
they're involved. They know who's who and what's what.
Exactly.
And speaking of in the past, I went to a lot of shows that weren't reported, and the people were not known worldwide or whatever. But again, 20 years later, people still talk about those dogs, still talk about those people, still talk about those conventions. It's not lost. And if they had written them down back then, it would be something that everybody could reference who's interested in it, just as a historical point. A lot of times that stuff's lost too because they didn't care for it. Now I understand that they have a lot to lose. It's a safety thing. But again, those people, they love hearing it. They love seeing it. All these guys that are 70 and 80 years old, I talk about a lot of them, and I always ask them, do you mind if I post this up? Do you mind if I talk about this and that? And then I don't care if it's Jim Stinson or Jerry Dean or whoever. Good people. And they say, yeah, go ahead. Where back in the day, they didn't want it, but now that they're old and retired, they really appreciate it. And that's one point about, somebody keeping some kind of record, because it's not going to affect them now. They can't get in trouble now. They don't even have dogs.
Right.
But they love hearing it. They love seeing it, and it makes them feel good that somebody remembers their dogs and them and the shows they had and all that,
I think it's very important. Very important because I still can't find myself 20 years from now still talking about going hard dogs down to 50 years later. I mean, that we're still talking about things in the early 2000s and 1999 and 98. 20 and 30, 40 years, that's mainly our conversation is still based on those dogs.
Exactly. And it's not going to go away when me and you or years and years from now are not here anymore. It's going to matter to somebody. The information is there. It'll still be possible for people to check it out, to read about it, and that's one of the reasons I do all my book. There's two of them that are, it's all my stuff, my dog and all like this and that. But the next several ones I'm doing is about everybody else. So that's going to be in black and white forever. Then books ain't going nowhere. The next one I'm doing is going to cover old guys, Jim Stinson, Danny Burton, the white dogs, all, the bloodlines that I was familiar with, Bully Stun and Carver dogs and all them competitors back in the day, during my time that I knew. So it's a lot of information, but it ain't going nowhere. People will be interested in it, and it's going to have personal stuff in it. You get to see a side of people, even though it's a brief moment that you may not know, or could be anything. Something personal, could be how they work their dog, but what their keep feed was like, or what dogs they had besides the famous ones that everybody knows,
Yeah.
So it's always going to be relevant.
That's a good point to make too. Real good point to make. So
yeah, it really surprised me because they were so private in their time, but they don't have to be anymore. And they're just grateful that somebody, not just me, but other people too, somebody is writing it down somewhere. And they can read it themselves. Plus, their family, and when they're gone, their family's family will read it and all that. It's like anything else.
and that's why I was again speaking on the importance of that trust, honesty, integrity. You cannot depend on that in a world like today. Some guys say, well, I don't register my dogs because I don't sell dogs. Okay, but I go on Pairs Online, you got your email address or your phone number.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, fellas, I got
there ain't much different in it, And believe me, when they, it may upset them because somebody else posted their dog or whatever, But at some point, they're going to want to reference it too. Or they're going to feel some kind of way that it's up there because they're proud of their dog.
Right.
And when somebody else looks at it and they happen to talk to them, or they, it makes them feel good that, hey, I saw your dog, your dog's pet. That's a well-bred dog, It lights them up. I really haven't had anybody go, well, my stuff shouldn't be on there. They might a little bit, But if it's a friend or someone, got their blood or whatever it is, they kind of like it. It just, no matter what kind of way you are, you appreciate it when somebody recognizes you or your dog. It's just a good feeling. And part of that is, well, that means it's not going to be lost to time. It's right there. Somebody can look it up. Somebody knows about it. I'm not going to be a freaking ghost out there here and gone and nobody remembers me.
Right. That's right.
Hey, I got a super chat from my man Fat Bill Reynolds. Appreciate the love, Fat Bill. Fat Bill said, history is all we have left of the game. Do not buy dogs or you will go to jail.
Well, all I remember back then, you fight dogs, you will go to jail. I mean, to be honest, it was like that back then. You would still go to jail. Maybe the sentences weren't as stiff. But even now, I got more time than Michael Vick, and I was found not guilty. They threw my time on just for having some expired steroids and a little baiting. You know, and yeah, I did more time than Michael Vick. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have a friend he's not even a dog guy. He just loves the breed, and he knew different dog guys, and he had a dewormer from a veterinarian, and he just happened to give it to a dog guy, help him out, deworm his dog. Well, that guy got busted, and his name, my buddy's name was on the bottle, the dewormer bottle, So it got back to him. He lost his job, he had to get rid of his dog. He just had a dog as a pet. He didn't do nothing, never done nothing, never looked at one, never nothing. And it was just a misdemeanor, but still, things like that can happen, And even back in the day, you know, my time before that, you know, after the Animal Rights Act or whatever it was, 76 or whatever, that's when it became a felony.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're putting federal laws on it. So you know, that's why, you know, I don't encourage people to do anything. If you got your dogs, you only need a few of them. You don't need 200 dogs, you know. And the penalties are so stiff that in a lot of respects, it's not even worth having the dog. So if you do have them, don't advertise none. Don't be out there. Don't talk. Even if you're a liar and talking, it could come back to bite you. You know, that's what these fake people don't see. At some point, it could get them, even though they don't do nothing. I'd be as quiet as I could, and you know, talk to people you trust, and that's it. And another thing about selling dogs, you know, and this has been true always, even though people always advertise dogs, you know, if you got good dogs, if you're known for breeding good dogs, people would find you. You don't have to advertise them. They'll come knocking on your door if they knew where you live, because you have that reputation. So you never really had to advertise. It's just a way of getting your name out there and all that. But today is different, you know.
So
any pets I put up of mine, they're from 30 years ago, so it don't matter. And I don't have dogs, so it don't matter. But other people just having them, if you present them the wrong way or you say the wrong thing, it could be a problem, you know. And like you always say, you know, clean your dogs up, clean your area, put your cameras up, all that. Do all that. Invest the money, invest the time. Protect your dogs. Because if they do come and give you a problem, you have something to fight them with.
mm-hmm.
Your dogs are healthy. Your dogs are, you know, you got it on camera. Somebody came in your yard that wasn't supposed to be there. If they jumped your fence without a warrant, all that stuff is important. So that's a little bit of advice, you know, that I agree with what you put out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Do all that stuff, man.
I got another super chat from my man, Greg Evans. Thanks for the 10-piece, fam. He said, salute to Schoolboy and GHK in the chat. Nothing finer than the Carolinas.
Salute.
Salute to the Carolinas. Hey, I got a...
If you follow your history, the Carolinas at one time was a hotbed for the breed, and that's going way back. So it's always been filled with good dogs and good dogmen and a lot of competition back in the day, you know.
Well, I'm a product of the Carolinas. I came into the game in the Carolinas. I'm from Ohio, but I got my first dogs from Atlas Brewer and James Edwards. Now, to me, now in my life, in the beginning when Sheriff Powell picked me up and took me out there, you know, I had no idea who these guys were. Now I look at my history and I look back and just knowing that the way I came into the game and look at it now with Powell being in Tornado's paperwork, I'm having dogs right off of Snooty and Molly B. You know, you would have never thought about it back then, but I see it now and be like, wow.
Yeah, that's a trip. If you only knew then what you knew now, you know, they were just pit bulls and these were guys that bred them and all that. But, you know, as time goes on, you go, man, these dogs are world famous and these people are world famous, you know, and it just, the timing was off, you know, that's all it was.
That's all. But I enjoy every minute of it because I can look back on those years now and really understand how I'm able to sit up here in front of this camera and do this show. Because,
exactly.
You know what I mean? Back then we did it because we loved it so much that now
you have your memories and you can share them now.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Which that's important too. You know, people love hearing. And I don't care who it is. If you've been in the game for any length of time, you know, youngsters, oldsters, whoever it is, they love hearing about it. They love when people talk about them. You know, it's just interesting to people, and that's part of the breed. You know, we all want to know everything we can about them. You know, I get messages every day. You know, what about this and what about that? And you know, I answer as well as much as I can. But the point is just kind of amazing how much interest there is in the breed throughout the history, even going way back. You know, what little I know about it. You know, at least I can give them some information on certain dogs, you know, that I read about, or I talked to people that had those dogs, like Heinz or Bill Petrie, or, you know, Danny Burton and people like that, you know, just they love the stories, man.
Okay. Now, another thing that I wanted to go over as far as the importance is, what do we do when it comes to the breeding? You know, if we don't have reference, how do we make those major breedings that we made back then and when we had reference? How do you, I mean, it's one thing to say, you know, we'll find each other, but I just can't see that. And you know, and I see the game suffering. You know what I mean? I see the game suffering. I see dogs not being called. I see a whole lot of openings for counterfeiters, liars, deceivers. You know what I mean? You know,
Yep.
and then, but look, we had the journal, and we watched Beeline come in here and deceive us for years. Just
Yep.
imagine the money he made before he got caught.
Yep. Yep. Well, there's two things about that. First, you know, is like I always stress, you know, look at read the old magazines, you know, try and get as good information as you can. And if you can make connection with some of them old dudes, do it. Talk to them. Go to events. A lot of them go to confirmation shows, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to them. And at least you'll get their perspective, you know. And you can cross-reference and see if it's true what they're saying, you know. The people today, you know, they want everything now, you know.
Right.
They don't want to put in the work, you know. They don't want to look stuff up or travel or like that. And some of them, they can't, you know, they can't afford it. That's understandable. But there's a lot of different ways to fact check people, you know. It's one thing to say, I do this and I do that, and, you know, who knows? How do we know you're telling the truth, you know? And like I said, the way it's always been, if you know the people and you're around them, you're in it, you know, then you have some reference, then you have some facts that you can at least check. Other than that, you know, I don't believe what people say, you know, if I don't know them, you know. And if it's somebody who tells me, hey, I know this guy and I know that guy, this and that, and I know that guy, I'm going to call him. Hey, you know this dude, you know. And if they do, they'll tell me about him. If they don't, you know, I don't spread it all. I don't talk shit about people, you know. It's just for my own personal knowledge that I know the guy's he's just trying to build himself up on fake record or whatever it is. And I just ignore them, you know. They have no validity.
So what if I go to breed with a dog, right? And he doesn't have papers. Do I still get my stud certificate from him?
Say that again?
Say if I breed to a guy that has his dog. He has no papers on the dog. Should I still require him to sign my stud certificate as my proof that I bred to this dog? That the puppies don't have them coming off of this dog? What do we do about that?
If somebody's breeding dogs and they don't have a pedigree, even a handwritten one, I'd be leery of getting a dog from them. Unless you just want a dog. You're just buying a dog, you know, and you're not going to do nothing with it. You don't care about papers and all that. If it's unknown or whatever like that, and you want some kind of proof that you got the dog from that person, yeah, have them sign a like you said, a stud certificate or something. sales receipt, something.
Right, because if I breed my female and she have puppies, you get mad at me and you start telling everybody I never made the breed, then you see what I'm saying?
Yep, there's an issue.
There's a problem.
You know?
So
the problem with that is without a pedigree, and you know, most registries have a database. So they go back to the beginning. Mine too. If you don't have a pedigree on a dog, you cannot register it. There's no way. Because there again, you're talking about records and history and all that, keeping things, you know, as straight as you can as far as the pedigrees go. So no one that I know of, myself included, registers a dog of unknown breeding. It's not possible.
right. Now I noticed that in my own pedigrees where I see that Jefferson's Bucko, you know, or people using Bayless, you know, my last name, you know, they read them off of APBT papers. You know?
Yeah.
And the funniest thing about them is a lot of people who I've noticed done that have no idea that those are going hard dogs.
Right. Right. Well, the way pedigree works is the females are the ones that matter the most in the respect that whoever owns the female, that's the breeder.
Right.
Right? Whether even if somebody else buys it, like let's say I get a dog now and it's schoolboy such and such, and I got it from OTK, from his female. He's the breeder. There's no way I'm the breeder. And that works 99% of the time, you know. Because sometimes people change the dog's name or they change, you know, the owner changes. But 99% of the time, whoever owns the female at the time is the breeder.
Right. The thing I liked about the APBT in their papers, though, is every dog that I ever registered, I registered, you know, with my name, right? And regardless of where they went, their registration papers would still have my name on.
Yep, they have to. They have to. There's no other way to do it. You know.
You can change his name.
You know, the APBT gets flack for all kinds of reasons, and they get a lot of support for all kinds of reasons. But they're the standard basically as far as registering dogs go. They go back to 1909, and you can look at it this way: since 1909 till the present day, which is over 100 years of time, there's only been 3 owners that own the APBT. It wasn't called the APBT when it first started, right?
Right.
But that same registry, all those dogs going back all that way to 1909 when they first started, there's been 3 people that owned it. So it has a long history with the breed. They're the standard of the breed.
Was Rob?
And, you know.
Go ahead. Was Rob Greenwood one of those guys?
Yeah. Yeah, he was the last owner, and the Greenwood family still owns it.
Okay.
So I think it was McCord that started it, and then he sold it to someone, or he was the second owner, and then it went to Greenwood. Only 3 people, man. You know, that's unusual in most businesses. You know.
Yeah, that's a big business now when you got so many. I know they was really making some good money back there in the 80s and the 90s.
Right.
Because a lot of us, I mean, just imagine when Victor was having them hissy fits over passing out his papers on his dogs because they wasn't reporting them.
Right.
or not.
So, like, for instance, my foundation stock was registered with the APBT, and I didn't register dogs. But if someone got a dog from me and wanted to register them, they could, because the foundation was registered. So I knew them back then, you know, pretty well. And if I said, hey, this person got this dog from me, here's the pedigree, they would accept it. And that person should register their dog.
Wow. Shoot, when I was registering mine, you know, it seemed like everything had to be on point. You had to have the stud
Yeah.
signatures from the stud, his number, his pedigree.
All that.
And it had to be
everybody did almost, you know. There's people that, like I mentioned, you know, they didn't register their dog, and they didn't keep track, and they didn't, you know, they say all this stuff, but they still have some dogs that were registered with the APBT. It could have been somebody else doing it. It could have been, like me, their foundation stuff. But some of their damn dogs that were registered, it was just, everybody did it, you know. And a lot of it is just personal. You know, you like seeing it, hey, it's registered, it's part of history. I put the registration up on my wall, or I frame it, or whatever it is, you know. So sometimes people say one thing, but with some exceptions, they still appreciate that it was done, you know.
Wow, that was a good one. That's a good one. So I asked the question to the chat room, put it out there. So who we going to be talking about 20 years from now?
Exactly. I mean, they can come back and look at the videos that you make now. That's important too.
Right.
The chats and all that, you know. But what dogs are they going to be talking about? What bloodlines, new ones or whatever, people's name or famous dogs or whatever. If it's not somewhere, it's going to be lost.
That's exactly.
And like I said, they might not think it's important now, but it's going to be important to them later on. With few exceptions, there's some that don't give a shit anyway, but that's just normal. That's the exception. That's not the rule.
Right.
Most people want it appreciate the history that's written down or categorized or logged somewhere, you know.
Right. That's right. Like I said, okay, it's like global warming right now. We are starting to feel the effects. You know what I mean?
Yep.
We are really starting to feel the effects. It's like global warming because we are feeling the effects because we really don't have those great dogs. I mean, not to the point that, you know, that we can stop up a dog of the year and everybody would know him.
Right. Yep. And I'm not saying they're not out there. It's just, like you said, who knows them? Who knows them? There's always going to be great dogs out. That's one thing that's standard, no matter what, you know. But the difference today is, you know, like you said, nobody knows who they are, you know. And with that part, that's a shame. But it's somewhere. I know that because, you know, I get a lot of messages, all this and that, and people from different countries will tell me, just to let me know, you know. Hey, this dog did this and that did that, and blah, blah, blah. I don't have a problem with that because it's not here, you know.
Right.
So someone is keeping track, you know. And even though maybe they're not in this country or whatever, someone's going to reference those. Someone's got to want to know about it, you know.
Well, don't you think it'd be wise if we just keep the whole storytelling a storytelling story? Because I always remember the journal always speaking out that all these things are fictional. Say
that again.
I said, isn't it just good that we just keep it fictional as we always have? How do we know? You know what I'm saying? Why can't it just continue being a fictional aspect?
In the public sense, you know, there's no way of knowing what's real and what's not real. You know, it's all fictional.
Right.
You know, and you know, if I was an asshole or a jerk, I could take my reputation and say all kinds of stuff that's a bunch of lies, you know. So in that respect, as far as everybody else concerned, yeah, it's fictional. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know shit, you know.
Right.
But somebody knows, and hopefully that somebody that knows, you know, that's good enough.
Well, hey, got a super
one example would be, you know, when we got busted way back in 95 or 96, whatever it was, you know, what helped one dog guy when he went to court, And see, he told him that exactly that. It's fictional. There's no way to prove it. And he said, and I'll prove it to you. And what he did is he just wrote in a fake report into the journal, Sporting Dog Journal, and it was published. It came out. He took it back to court. He said, here it is. That's me. I'm in jail. How am I going to do what's in this report if I'm in jail? There's no way that I was present at this so-called match. It's all fictional. It was a lie. It had to, that helped him get out.
Well, that's
it took months, but still, he didn't have to do years.
Well, that's what basically happened in my case. I didn't have to go to jail. I didn't have to put it in. The point was, the question that came to the judge was, in those books, was any of those dogs that was taken off the yard on that day in that book? Now, the only one was on there was Roger Ramjet. Roger Ramjet was in the book. But the thing about Roger Ramjet, the veterinarian had already said that dog is old. And if he has scars on him, I can't tell you how he got the scars. I can't tell you when he got the scars, but they're old scars.
Yeah. So, that, and which is true, because, they're going to throw everything at you they can. They're going to say this and say that.
Yep.
Whether they believe it's true or they know it's a lie, they're going to try that. So if you have proof saying, just like that guy did, there's no way it could have been me. It's all a lie, Anybody can do that. Even when I write my books, they're fictional.
That's
a lot of it, I'm repeating what somebody told me, and that's how I present it. So, and there's, we still have freedom of speech, thank God, but you can say practically whatever you want, as long as it isn't about children. They write about gruesome murders that the mafia did and gangsters, and talk about wars and all the deaths and millions of lives lost and all that. So in that respect, that's dog stuff is nothing compared to that, whatever we talk about,
I'll say, if you're going to do a publication, you cannot be dirty.
Right.
How about that? Because, see, I think that was the standing point when it came to Jack. Jack had his hands in it, even when who we all talking about got jammed up after Jack sold it to him. You know what I mean? So we know what happened there. You got caught at a match. And here you are in control of the journal. That does not make the game look good.
True.
Because it made it more easier for them to use the book against us. And yet that book stayed out, almost how many years before he went in? That book was still being published after he got arrested.
He was publishing the book while he was in prison.
Yeah.
Again, because that's not illegal. And what he would do is he people would send him all the information, ads and all that stuff. His wife would put it together, send it to him in prison, and he would put it how it's supposed to be, send it back to her, she would put it together and mail it out. And during all that, he was only late 1 month, one issue. And he apologized if you go back and see the issue. This is the reason why the Sporting Dog Journal is late this month. I apologize and blah, blah, blah. But he never missed the issue, and he still, like I said, he published it from jail, from prison.
Yeah, I remember he published it from 2004, right after he got busted. Remember, he had to shut down a little bit. Then he brought it back up, trying to get everybody. Remember, I had just paid for a subscription. Now after he got busted, I had to pay a whole new subscription just to continue getting the book. And then that went on through his whole appeal, his court cases till 2007.
Right. So in that respect, if he had been quote unquote retired, nothing would have happened to him.
That's right.
Not a darn thing,
So let me say this again. It wasn't the book that got him messed up. It was
No, it was himself.
It was himself.
No, it wasn't the magazine,
No. The magazine made you look worse because you're a publisher of the magazine.
Yeah. Well, I can't think of anybody that had to go through anything like that because of a publication.
Right.
That ain't what gets people. It's being active.
I was trying to tell the same people that about my court case.
I got another super chat from my man Michael Schrader. He said, "Shout out to Schoolboy and the Twins. Thanks for the 5-piece, Mike."
Thanks for the 5-piece, Mike.
Shout out. Salute.
I don't know how many times I be saying this, Schoolboy, about, everybody worried about these publications when I still have never seen anybody get busted for being in one of those books. I'm all up in there, and they tried to bring it into my trial, and the judge told them no. It didn't even get a chance to make it to the stand. Actually, the judge told him to take that off the stand.
Even when I got busted, this is something I hadn't thought about till you brought that up right now. They took all my stuff from home. They took all your guns.
Yes.
They took all my dog stuff. And I had, I always followed the journal, and I took notes on a lot of stuff. So I put this fantasy, like a football fantasy thing together,
Mm-hmm.
and I was just picking names of certain dogs that were the same weight, and I put them together, and then, who won, who would win, who do I think would win, and this and that, and I had a whole list of all these dogs, right?
Mm-hmm.
They brought that into court and tried to, and I never went to court, but they presented it in court to the judge, and he just threw it out. He said, "That don't mean nothing. Who's all them names, and who's this and that, and what? That's nothing. You can't decipher anything from that." So even in that respect, it didn't do anything to my case,
Right. They had all my journals. They took all my journals. They had all my pictures, and I mean, this dog catcher, like I said, it was Betzel, Grand Champion Solutions' nephew. It was the guy who got me. He was a dog catcher.
Right.
And he put that stuff together like he was a professor. And when they called him up to the stand, and as soon as he flopped open that book, when I objected to that book, that ain't how them books came out of my house. And then in judging, what do you mean? I said that them wasn't in evidence with everything else.
Yeah.
And the judge asked him, "So where these books been?" You know what he told the judge? "At my desk."
Yep, that's it. And even, the way not just the journal, but all the magazines are written, it would be hard to put someone in a certain spot or a certain date or anything, because there's no date.
Right.
There's no, even if it says California, these are shows from California. Well, when were they? What date? What time? Who was there? There's no, so they don't even, the only way that I've seen they use magazines against someone is they say this is a dogfighting magazine, but they never use any of the information in the magazine and connect it to any one person.
Judge wouldn't even let him say
whether the person's using their fake name or their real name. Even if it's John Smith, well, how many John Smiths are there? And who says that's you? And when did that happen? They can't come up with the information because it's not there in the first place. Even if you were to use your real name, who says that's you? So that's never been the case where they do that. They just use it as, this is a publication for illegal activities, or even a breaking stick or something like that. How do you know that stick's been used for something illegal? They say it's a tool for dog fighting, but I know a lot of people that don't have pit bulls that use them for the same reason. It's just a tool. It's not an indication of anything illegal. It's just they bunch up all this stuff and all this one on top of the other and this and that. And you got a treadmill, you got a magazine, you got breaking stick, you got a harness and all that, and it's just all circumstantial. There's never been any evidence. They're not going to spend money with DNA, anything on your stick, and then go through your whole yard trying to figure out which dog it belongs to or whatever, and then they have to prove that stick was used illegally. It's too much bullshit to go through. They not. It's just a matter of, they say this is what illegal people use. Well, that's not true. Hell, police agencies use treadmills to run their dogs exercising.
That's right.
They figured out it's a good way to exercise your dog, and it's not time consuming, and you don't have to get out there and run them 20 miles.
That's right.
So it's a tool, and originally it wasn't used by pit bull people, anyways. It was used just by regular dogs. So.
The point of the matter, and the most important fact that they have to understand is, what I'm trying to push to these guys is, your guys are in a war. The best way to win a war is to know your enemy. You got to know how he's coming at you. You have to know where your offenses and where your strongholds are and where your weak spots are, because they're going to hit you where you're weak. You have to know the law. You have to know what you have to have done. You have to know there's so many things that they'll work over you because you don't know. Like they quick to, hey, if you got a lawyer that doesn't, most lawyers don't know how to defend a dog fighting case. I had 6 of them and ended up defending myself and did better than all 6 of them together.
Yeah.
You don't have a professional dog fighting lawyer out here that's going to be a Perry Mason.
Yeah.
They
ain't used to that.
That's right.
It really doesn't come up that much. But you do have to be prepared. You do have to know, as you say, your enemy. You do have to know your local laws. Because a lot of people, they're not getting them for doing something illegal with dogs. It's animal cruelty for the most part.
Right. That's the sticking point in getting search warrants.
Right.
That's the stickler. They don't. In my case, they use the animal cruelty to get a search warrant, but the animal cruelty never did show up in my criminal case of dog fighting. Mainly because the judge, if you're gonna say you don't bring up no animal cruelty to this case based on the evidence that has been shown to him, don't you think that should have been enough to throw the search warrant out? Because they weren't even allowed to speak on nothing pertaining to a dirty cage, dogs and shit, because the video said this man was cleaning his damn yard just before they got there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. And unfortunately, it's usually the SPCA or somebody, is involved in that, In our case, way back then, if the SPCA wouldn't have been there, they would have gave us a ticket and a court date, and they wouldn't have, that would have been it. Because it's a hassle to deal with all them dogs and all that stuff. So, a lot of these people, they're getting busted at their home, and they ain't done nothing, and some of them never did nothing. It's just the fact that they own pit bulls, and it's a hot topic, and they want to go after all these. They just don't like the breed, basically. They want to get rid of them.
But
that's how they do it.
But they're taking them. They're taking them because their shit is not right, though.
It's not.
That's what it is. They hit Detroit. They took over 100-some dogs. Mm-hmm. Okay, but the news will tell you it was related to dog fighting. That's what the news would say, because you get a lot of pit bulls. They're gonna say dog fighting. But the whole thing was, there was not one search warrant that had anything to do with relation to dog fighting. It was animal cruelty.
Yep. And when they go there, they might have it in their head that these dogs are used for fighting. When they realize they're not, that's what they're going to hit them with. Animal cruelty. And it runs the gamut, whether your dog's too thin or he got some mark on him, because he ran into a fence or something.
But don't forget the big chains. Don't forget the chains. They keep calling our chains. The chains, the only thing that I see strong enough to hold a bulldog.
Right. I can't. Right. He violated the chain law or something. You know, it's very rarely unless they catch them in the act, they don't get them on dog fighting. That's rarely the case. You know.
Right. That means I can tell you this. They're not getting on them yards on suspicion of dog fighting. Ain't nobody giving out no search warrants for that. That's not what it is.
They just don't like the breed. They want all pit bulls dead. They don't want nobody to have them.
Yeah, they get an address. You got pit bulls. They get an address. They go down there to the county. These dogs registered. No.
Yep.
There you go.
Like you said, you got to protect yourself and you got to protect your dogs. Preventative maintenance. Have all your everything squared up. Do everything legal. And it takes looking at your local law, And me, like in our area, I haven't looked at them. Didn't look at them for a long time. They really haven't changed. But I went through and checked. Do we have a leash, a chain hookup law? And in the city, you can have a certain number of dogs. You have to have house them a certain way. But because this is all agriculture and hunting where I live and all that, if you live in the county, there's basically no laws against how you keep your dog. They can't even confiscate your dogs here if you live in the county if they're running loose. You can have them on a chain, or you can have them in a kennel, or you can have them running loose in your yard. There's nothing like that. But it's because of the way this area has been for years, Most places in the city, it's not like that. And it's a shame that it's changing that way. But those are so, and you may not like, it's better to have them on a chain. Believe everybody that has pit bull knows that. But they made it where it's cruel and they're tied up and all that stuff, So you have to follow them laws, and as long as it's good, there shouldn't be a problem. And it may cost you money to fight them, so you have to account for that too.
Yeah.
It's like my lawyer friend of mine, he said, you better have some money to retain her for a lawyer. If you have that, that's the first step that you got covered. And then you can fight it,
Yeah, you better have a dog lawyer, though, because them lawyers don't know nothing. They have no idea how to defend you.
No.
I mean, it was so bad.
You're gonna have to explain to your lawyer what it's all about, people, all that stuff.
Right.
Because they really don't.
I defended myself, and one of the things they had on one of my charges was because I had all that medicine. I had IV machines, ringers, and all that good stuff, right?
Yeah.
So they wanted.
It's probably better that you did.
Yeah.
Because if you have a lawyer there, you can't speak up. Everything has to go through him.
Right.
So if there's an important point you want to make or something some fact you want to give, you can't do it. So representing yourself in that respect, with the pit bulls, it's probably better that you did.
Right. Because one thing for sure, there was no reason why I had to get 6 lawyers in a 3-year period of time before I even made it to trial.
Right.
They went there. They put my girl on trial and found her guilty of all her charges. And you can look it up. They had her down as one of the first women charged with dog fighting in the United States that ever been charged. And here she was. She wasn't even with me.
I would guess there were times when you were in there that you could just talk to the judge, right? And explain things and present things.
Well,
right?
This is how it was with the judge. The judge seen the way he was the same judge that did my girl's trial. And he saw something wrong in that trial because after he found, the jury found her guilty of all those charges, usually they tell you to lock you up and you go back to the back. This was a trial. You got 9 felony 3s, and they consisted of all dog fighting, breeding, promoting. She got found guilty of all charges. And he said, you know what? Usually I send you to jail till sentencing. But he said, I haven't really figured out what she's guilty of yet.
Right.
And he calls me. He sees me out there. He has me come up to the front. And he asked me, I really hope you got something to add to this. Because he really didn't understand what she was guilty of.
Right.
That's why he didn't put her in jail. He let her walk out that courtroom on her own recognizance after being found guilty of 9 felony, 3 charges consistent to dog fighting.
Yeah, that don't happen.
That don't happen.
Yeah, so he obviously, he found something fishy with it.
It was a lot fishy with it, but then it really got him was when it came down to they thought, same judge, same prosecutor, you know what I mean? Except I don't, I got a lawyer, but he's a standby lawyer just to help me with the court proceeding, But the main objective part is everybody was the same. In my trial, it was in my girl's trial, except for the juries.
Right.
And me being my own attorney.
Right.
And I'm going to tell you the major factor, because it was a dog man / dog fighter, because I never ran from that fact that I was a dog fighter. They kept saying it, but I was not standing there trying to deny it. You know what I mean? I was only going on with the facts that they were bringing in front of the court. Did the prosecutor put up one witness saying twin? I was over here at this show. I saw him fighting his dog, and then he brought his partner in, put him on the stand. Did we have any of those kind of witnesses? No. All we had was a dog catcher and a veterinarian. And they couldn't get their stories together because now they got a dog man, not a lawyer. They got a dog man to sit there and say, well, explain to the court what this is. She called it a chest opener in my girl's trial. And she tried the same old tactic in my trial. But it was a trap because here I am. You mean my girl had a lawyer and he didn't know the difference between an ear clamp and a chest spreader? And he let that go in my girl's trial. And when they tried it with me, okay, I got the book. Took the book up there where I actually bought them from, showed it to the veterinarian, Miss Penn State, all these degrees. Now you explain to the jury what this is. Okay, give me that evidence number 12. Bring number 12 up there, gave it to her. Now, is there any similarity to this? What you're looking at in that book, and this is what you would call a chest spreader. You know what I'm saying? She had to admit to the court. Yeah. In front of a jury. You know what I'm saying? That was a ear clamp for cutting dogs' ears. In particular, like it said in the book, pit bulldogs' ears. It's the guard. It wasn't nothing but an ear guard. You know the guard you put on the ear when you cut it to make it a nice clean cut? Yeah. She called that a chest spreader, where you open up the dog's chest and you put that in there to hold the dog's chest up.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
Now, if I had a lawyer, she probably got that off.
He just throwing shit at the judge and making lies and stuff. But I guess he figured it out. He was smart enough to challenge her on it.
Well, he wasn't the one that did it. This was going on in front of the jury. No, that was me. Yeah, I'm the one that took it up there in front of her and gave it to her. Yeah. After her testimony, after the prosecutor got done with her in this mob of stuff that she had to say. Same thing with the dog catcher. He came up there with his big old folder and, his collection of dogs, books that he took from my house. I mean, he went over to the U.S. Agriculture place and got every health certificate, every shipment that I sent out. That's another way of keeping records. You better let them know. Yep. I can't. Yep. I'm not trying to yell. I'm talking. Now, you want me to move back?
That's where it fell apart for him.
Right. I can't hear you. Okay, well, I'm only talking the way I always talk. Hold on.
I got a super chat right quick, fellas.
I said
one from my man, Little Rock. He said, I'm next. I don't know what you're next for, Little Rock. Appreciate that. And another one from Little Rock said, can I be next? Thanks for the 5-piece, Little Rock.
What's up, Little Rock?
I got another one from my man, Jimmy Mack. He said, it's not a crime to own a pit bull. Thanks for the super chat, Jimmy Mack.
Yeah, it's not. And, back in the day, they tried to bring that ordinance, to ban pit bulls here. So they had what we call a town hall meeting, right? Well, me and my wife went there, and when I spoke up, this is how I presented it, right? Two things. first, how do you know that dog is a pit bull? You're calling this dog a pit bull and that dog a pit bull and all that. How are you going to prove which one is a pit bull and which one ain't? The second point I made is, how can you be prejudiced to one breed and you're not prejudiced to all breeds? You can't do that. Now it ain't like people, you know, it ain't like racism, but you're against one breed where the stats show that this breed isn't even near the top of being a man biter or aggressive towards people. But the ones that are, it's okay to have them. So after that, it just kind of faded away and they just let it go. There's never been a ban in this area, but, you know, I did what I could to present it that way, you know. So the point is that whoever said that, they're right. It's not illegal to own a pit bull. It's not illegal to own any breed of dog or animal, pretty much, as long as you follow the rules, you know. Where I live, you can even have chickens and goats in the city limits, you know. You can do that. You can't have maybe cattle or horses because they're required to have a certain amount of room. But you can have all kinds of varmints and all kinds of livestock in the city limits. It's allowed. So that's one of the benefits of living where I live, even though, you know, in other parts of the state, it's not that way. But it's not illegal to own a pit bull.
Shout out to my man Little Rock. Shout out to my man Ben Brockton for the 5-piece with the super chat. He said, let Little Rock call in. I don't know what Little Rock trying to do, but you know, I can't keep up with it. So, Little Rock, we'll get you. We'll talk to you later, fam. I got another one for my man Jimmy Mack. Give his chains back.
Yeah, they're making them take them off the chains. But and the bad thing about that part right there, people don't know that when you put a pit bull inside a cage, it does something to their feet. You know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of negatives to it because, for one, the chain, depending on the length, for the most part, they have more room
and exercise
than they would in a kennel. The second part, anybody who's ever been to a zoo in the past, when you see animals in pens and in kennels and all like that, you know, whether it's a wolf or a bobcat, whatever it is, you see them pacing back and forth, you know, and what it does is they're enclosed. It's like being in solitary confinement in prison. It messes with your brain, and it does the same thing with animals. Even though it's a chain link fence and they can see out and all that, they don't have that sense of freedom.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one factor, the mental factor that these idiots that want them all kenneled up don't see. You know, and most of it is just the freedom of movement they have on the chain, you know, and the area. It covers a lot wider area for them to be on a chain than it does in a kennel. But it also messes with their head, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the surface also, most of them have, you know, if you have cement, not good for their pads. Even if it's in dirt, well, now they're taking a dump and pissing where they live. Mm-hmm. That's not healthy. You know what I mean? Yep. Where on a chain, they might go here one day and there one. Even if they go in the same spot, they can hang out on the chain in a different spot and not even go near where they went to the bathroom. Now, all of them don't do that, but they have that option. In a kennel, you don't have that option. It's right there where they are, you know?
I used to look.
I mean, what's the size of a kennel? 4x8, 4x10,
yep.
Whatever it is. That's not a lot of room, man. And again, they're in a box, messing with their head.
I had a lot of fun. I used to, one thing about Bratton and my extra crazy, you know, the Mayday dogs, they do have a little crazy thing, you know. They would run that chain so much, they would literally scrape the ground, and, you know, all you got to do is go to the end of the wing, you know, the wing of a circumference, or how that chain space is. and just rake up right there in them areas right there, because that chain space would clean that whole yard area because of them constantly going back and forth on them chains.
Yep, simple, like that, exactly.
And that was the good thing about being on chains. And another thing, they didn't get those black elbows or those knuckle knots.
Yep, on their joints.
Yes.
You know, or their back, or even on their, you know, down by their ass and their hip.
Yeah, on their hip bones. Yes, yes. When they're in them cages, they get them little knots, little swellings, and they even get darker on their joints.
That's true.
You know, and I noticed that.
Yes. And see, you know, it's not nothing new. People figured that out a long time ago. That's why dogs were put on chains in the first place, you know. And I'm not saying people didn't have kennel ones for their dogs a long time ago, but for the most part, the general public, if you confined your dog, it was on a chain. It wasn't in a kennel.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it's a lot cheaper. You know, people ain't going to invest in a bunch of kennels, you know. But still, they realize, hey, this is the best way to keep them. They have more freedom of movement. You know, they got their house. You can put a shade thing up, real simple, or whatever it is, you know. Keep them out of the cold weather, all that stuff. All you need is a chain hookup and a dog house. You're set. That's it. You know?
Well, I have another question there. Here's a good one, y'all. And this can probably have everybody like, what happens in kennel accidents? Are we supposed to call the people and tell them we had a kennel accident? What are we supposed to do when we have kennel accidents?
What do? You separate them. If there's any injuries, you take care of them. That's it.
What if the neighbors call
simple.
on you?
You know, what was the question? Are you supposed to call who?
I mean, when we have kennel accidents, right? Say I had a kennel accident. Now I got 2 busted up dogs on the yard. The neighbors, they call animal control.
Oh, okay.
Animal control comes. What do we do?
You know, in modern time, there may be your camera setup.
Yeah.
Could help you.
Yes.
You know, if they see, hey, this was an accident, you know, and
they might send you to the vet to get a clearance, you know, but at least we're not talking about dog fighting.
Right, because that happens, and that happens with any breed, you know.
Yes.
That happens, you know. Some of them cur-ass breeds, they fight a lot more than our dogs do, man, because they're loose, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, you know, that's where I could see the benefit of having cameras set up if you're out there. It's for your protection, your dog's protection, all that, you know.
Well,
and again, you know, it's a deterrent for people that want to steal, get in your yard, or somebody that shouldn't be there, you know.
Yeah.
But that would be some kind of proof that, hey, it was an accident, you know.
Right.
And again, anytime, you know, like you expressed, and I do too, anytime somebody comes to your yard, unless they have a warrant, don't let them in. Don't, you know. You know, you got rights, man. You just got to know what they are.
That's right.
Don't be intimidated by them. They know they can't do nothing. But if you let them in, they're going to go through your whole shit, man.
They're going to go through. They're going to take over like they live there.
Because you allow it.
That's
so
right.
If you give them permission, they could do basically whatever they want. Don't give them the permission in the first place.
Number 2 thing.
Maybe they're going to come back anyways, but don't hand it over to them, you know.
I say don't leave 2 scarred up dogs on the yard over 24 hours. I say you should be off the yard, at least away from your dogs. You know what I mean? They shouldn't be in public sight anyway, regardless whether the neighbor called or not. You know, you can have a neighbor that called and said they heard them dogs over there fighting. They're going to come and check. Them dogs should not be on the yard.
Yeah, that's all it takes is one phone call, you know.
Right.
And you know, you should always be a good neighbor, but just because you got dogs, they don't have to know what kind of dogs they are, you know. I always, you know, even back then, I used to keep mine out of the public as much as I could. I didn't have to impress nobody. I didn't have to let people know what kind of dog I had. Even if I'm walking my dog and another dog comes up or a person comes up, I would always just snatch my dog up and leave. Now, people will say, well, I have a right to be out there. I have a right to be at the park. Yeah, but you also have a responsibility for protecting your dog.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if they think my dog is chicken shit and I'm hurting him, you know, or I don't want him to get hurt, so I'm leaving the situation. I have nothing to prove to anybody else. But I do have a responsibility for protecting my dog. I had one, he was a little 34-pound dog, that boy's dog I mentioned before, and that happened. And this kid came up, I forget what kind of dog he had, but he was a lot bigger than my dog. And he started growling at my dog, and my dog started screaming at him. So I picked him up, and the guy goes, "What's wrong with your dog? You know, why is he doing that?" I said, "Oh, he's scared of your dog, so I'm going to take him and leave." You know? I didn't have to say he's a pit bull and he'll kill your dog and blah, blah, and all that stuff. I just took advantage of the situation. This fool didn't know what a pit bull was or why my dog was doing that. So I snatched him up and just walked away. I didn't care, you know? The dog knows what he is. I know what he is. Everybody else don't have to know, you know?
Yeah, I remember when...
So that's how I handled it, you know?
I remember when Judo...
I did a video. I wish I could find it, man. And we were out in the park, and the guy wanted to know just exactly that. And in the video, I was handling my dog and showing my dog, and they're both screaming at each other. One's off camera, and my dog's hollering. And I told him exactly that. If this happens, this is what you do. I picked my dog up. I told him, pick your dog up, get the fuck on. Just leave. That's the best thing you can do, man. You have nothing to prove.
Mike was walking down the sidewalk 2 days out when on my boy Judo, and the neighbor had a pit bull on his porch. And he wants to show the little, and there was some old biker boys, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Mike walking down the street with old Judo, and Judo always looked like he was like a goofy looking dog. He had like a little bit of droop in his face. So he looked a little bit like a goofy dog. So they was picking on Mike walking down the street. So they said it 2 cents, and Mike keeps walking. So they go get their old bulldog to follow them down the street, and then go sick the bulldog on Judo. You know, it's like a bunch of them on the porch. They're gonna try to jump the, you know, I guess jump the dog instead of jumping the brother. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, people do that all the time. You know.
Man, did they get a surprise?
Little dog, you know.
Boy,
whatever you gotta do, cross the street, get out of there, whatever.
He did. That was the thing. He went across the street, and the guy sent the dog, and the dog scratched into him. Man, look here, man. It was one of them kind of situations where, you know, the big cell phones back then when they first came out.
Yeah.
You know, so you know we had to have a little change. You know, we walk around with that big thing strapped around. Well, he calls us on this big old cell phone telling us, you need to get up around here around the corner. We got these bikers out here trying to jump on me because they just sick the dog on Judo, and Judo over here killing me. And you know, so
that's the rude awakening. Generally, what happens.
They asked for it. Now my brother walked across the street with the dog. He tried to get away from the situation. They sucked the dog on him. Now he got to call the homeboys around the corner, because now the homeboys got to come around there and handle the cowboys over here trying to jump on my brother. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? All because of them.
Yep.
You know,
just like that.
They got big surprise. But man, when we hit that corner, not only did their dog get beat up, boy, they ran into the hood, you know. And you know, once you cause a conflict in the hood, it's not really safe for you to live there anymore.
Right.
You can't coexist when you're causing trouble.
Right.
And see, that caused they were just fine. You know, when you're in a neighborhood, nobody's ever really prejudiced unless you try to act prejudiced. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You know, we all try to live together. You know, especially when you're in those kind of areas, because you got black trash, white trash, you got all kind of trash. Right. So it's like we all living in the same place, so you ain't nobody better than the other.
Yep.
So after that situation right there, it caused that little biker, you know, and they used to have little biker parties and, you know, never bothered nobody. But for that particular moment, they wanted to show off because they had their little big pretty pit, and Mike had this goofy looking pit. And, you know, not knowing that this goofy pit, this looking all skinny and fragile, was in great condition.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, it's a rude awakening when they find out. You know, they
Oh,
thought
was
it was
it
bold at first, and then their little dog gets bit or their big dog gets bit, starts whining. Now they want to stop it. You know, and get him out of there and help and all that shit. You know?
Judah was a head. Judah was a head dog and nose dog, so you know why they was panicking.
Yeah, yeah.
He bouncing around there looking like Kung Fu, and his dog would stay screaming. He ain't never probably been bit like that before, with his face getting shook up, and boy, was he screaming.
Right.
And they were threatening to shoot my brother. They were threatening to shoot the dog. He trying to run with the Mike trying to run with the dog while Judah still got the dog. Mike's trying to snatch Judah in the dog because Judah ain't letting him go. He's just trying to get Judah away from these people. So he's taking Judah in the dog with him. Just get up to the corner. Here we come. Boy, when we hit that corner, boy, that wasn't the only problem they had. They ran into, you know what I'm saying? And it was one of them kind of nights. 2 days out, y'all. We was 2 days out from a show. Which he did come in and win. Less than 28 minutes? He won 28. He was probably fired up after that. That was just a wake-up call. All that work we put in him, but
that peeped him out right there.
Oh yeah. So it was one of them kind of moments where they called the police now. Oh yeah, we was knocking people out after that. When we came around that corner, we started knocking people out. They finding people up under houses. They find them hiding up under cars because you know the hootie-hoo. You know when you go hootie-hoo, you know what's coming. And they ran into one of them hootie-hoos and things got ugly. But this whole thing was over. The whole thing was over. They left their porch. Everybody seen the man walking down the street. They left their porch. And they sucked the dog on the pit bull. They were both pits, but they sucked the dog on the brother's dog.
Yeah.
And didn't like what happened. You know what I mean? So we came around there to protect my brother, and things got ugly. But we had witnesses in the neighborhood to say, "Hey, they started it."
There you go.
Hey, he was walking. His dog was on the chain. That dog was running loose. He just couldn't get loose once that little pit bull grabbed him.
Yeah. Good neighbors will do that,
Right, and that's why we didn't get into trouble that they was looking for us to get into,
Right.
Because it turned into a big old crowded like a mob thing, but it got settled in real good, real quick because you had people in the neighborhood stood up for what they saw.
Right.
Hey, schoolboy.
Yeah.
We did the poll tonight, and I'm gonna just read it out to you. It was which matchup that never happened would have been the all-time matchup. These are our choices. Champion Angus against Grand Champion Angus against Jeep. Grand Champion Mayday against Grand Champion Yellowbuck. Grand Champion Shady Lady against Grand Champion Tornado. And Grand Champion BB Red against Grand Champion Queen of Heart.
And that's Lady Stone.
Grand Champion Lady Stone against Grand Champion Tornado and Grand Champion BB Red against Grand Champion Queen of Heart. Out of those four, which one would you think would be the all-time, that one that would just be like, okay, good matchup?
Right. Well, they're all good matchups, My personal favorite, I'll say males and females. My personal favorite would have been Jeep and Angus.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I've recently become buddies with Rasta Man. So I would like to see that one. Lady Stone and
Tornado.
What is it, Tornado?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you want to go down the list and hear my choices, I'll do that. I'll give you a reason why too.
Okay, the Grand Champion BB Red and Grand Champion Queen of Heart.
I'd take the Queen. And I never seen either one of them. Both of them bad bitches. But it just, again, I'm partial to boiled dogs. And, Queen of Heart's reputation, she's probably one of the best in the whole history of the breed as far as
destroying shit.
Go,
straight destroyers. I mean, you don't put boiled behind a straight destroyer. Yeah. She definitely had it.
Yeah. And I didn't see BB Red, but my buddy actually lost to her and you know, no, he had nothing bad to say about her, but he didn't. It wasn't like, you know, that's the baddest bitch I ever seen. Not saying that she wasn't one of the baddest bitches around, because she was.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never heard anybody say anything slightly negative, even about Queen of Hearts. You know. She was just a freak, you know.
Oh, and that's
And maybe one or two steps above most females, you know.
yeah. Okay, I seen Queen. I never seen BB, but I saw. You know, I did keep up on her matches. You know, she earned her grand championship very well, but
Right.
but she wasn't. She didn't do what Queen was doing. That was number
Right.
one. Number two, the reason why I would have went with Queen, because I just don't believe there was nothing out there that could ever be as good as her. And when I say that, I say that kindly with, I saw what she did to Pepper, but I saw Pepper when she beat the Abrahams.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, man,
Yeah.
Pepper was the baddest thing that I ever seen. To me, she was like, when I saw Pandy, I had already seen Queen. Okay? Yeah. Now, I'm going to tell you this. If you were to say who you think would have been a great matchup if they was the same weight, it would have been Queen of Heart and Pandy. That one. Because
I ain't never heard nothing bad about Pandy either. She was a destroyer.
I mean, a straight killer. I mean, to me, she was a little harder than the Queen. I'm trying to tell you, man. And I think it was maybe because she was smaller.
Yeah, because she was smaller.
Because she was so. I mean, she was.
Yeah.
I mean, Queen would go in there and just mount you like a small dog too, but that Pandy, there was just no question, man. There was not even a. I mean, everything you put on her was like, you know, they was all. She made them all look bad. So did Queen, though. Queen did too.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would have to say Pandy was the closest thing that I ever seen that I would say that was like, you know, even if not better than the Queen.
Right.
And I say that I say that standing strong on seeing both dogs.
Okay. Yeah. I think there were different weights and maybe
definitely different.
A little off, you know.
Yeah, Pandy was a 31 pounder. Queen she was up in weight. She was a little bigger.
She was a 38, 39.
Yeah.
Some of them, the matchups they make, the dogs are way off in weight, you know. Even you know, I don't know the particulars, but they said, you know, like Queen might have went into to Tornado, you know. Maybe, but the weights are way off, you know, 38, 39 compared to 42, 44.
Yeah, that is not the same weight.
Yeah, somebody would have to come way up, or somebody had to come way down.
Yeah, like Mayday and Yellow Buck.
Hey, I got another super chat before we get into that one. I got a super chat from Sir Scrooge. He said, "Get them likes up. Shout out to Schoolboy and the lovely School Baby."
Hey, salute, brother. I'll let her know.
Appreciate the 20-piece.
Yeah, we did an interview, and we got a lot of good responses, man. I didn't realize it. You know, people would really enjoy seeing my daughter. We were just talking like we always do, you know. She interviewed me. I'm gonna do another one. But I appreciate it. We got a lot of good comments and all like that. Yeah, she's pretty too. You know, she's my daughter, but she just she's comfortable talking with me dogs, you know, there. Because we've done it our whole life. Even my son, my daughter, my wife, all that. Dogs always come up, you know. So, yeah, thanks.
Hey, okay, now here's another one. Now, I want to hear your opinion on this one. Grand Champion Mayday versus Grand Champion Yellow Buck.
Well, I'm not familiar with Yellow Buck, but, you know, if you're talking about catchweight dogs, big dogs like that, you know, Mayday was probably up there with all them big dogs like that, you know. I'd have to go with Mayday just on reputation alone, you know. I don't know what kind of dog Yellow Buck was, but in his day, I would guess that probably any big dog that size, if Mayday would have went against him, he would have had a good chance of beating.
That Dozier dog that Ward Kennels went into Yellow Buck for their grand champion. Remember, both of them 4-time winner, right? I think what was his name, Buster or something like that. They went into Yellow Buck for his grand championship. Remember, he whooped a couple champions.
No doubt, Yellow Buck was a good dog.
Yeah, he beat a couple champions. Buster beat a couple champions himself. So to go in there and you know, I think the odds was against him when he got on that plane and went to Puerto Rico. That was one of the comments that I made to Mike when, you know, before their match came. You know what I'm saying? I said, "Did you know what? I hope he have better luck than us." You know, with the travel. You know what I'm saying? Cause I think that could be the deal breaker right there. You know, I hope he get there ahead of time. It might be a good one. Because see, they already think that the Stone City Dogs was penetrable because Malik beat Nico, so you know they seen a weakness in there, but and it was a good match, but it showed you that Yellow Buck was like Buck.
But Nico traveled too.
Yep. Nico traveled too. Yep, Nico traveled when he went to Puerto Rico and went into Malik. He traveled.
Right.
Yeah. They left Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
That's another testament to the dogs, you know,
the traveling.
That's one thing I didn't do a lot, you know, I didn't travel that far like a lot of people have, you know. I would have liked to, but you know, I had to get out and all that. But that's a big deal traveling. If you don't know how to do it, you're sunk. If you do, just like any other map, you're golden, you know.
I learned the hard way. I mean, I never got back on another plane with another dog. I ain't gonna lie to you about that because, you know, down in that cockpit, I don't know what Red Ace went through, but she was not a crate dog. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And by the time I got to Puerto Rico, she wouldn't even come out the crate.
It could be something as simple as the noise and all that. You know, there's not a lot of air down there. You know, some dogs react to it, some don't. You know. And some dogs can recoup from it, some can't. So again, it's a testament to the dog that can travel that way. You know.
Yes, it is.
I had a friend that could, and there's a couple of guys I know. They're like world travelers, man. They know what they're doing, and there ain't a lot to it. You just got to get it right. You know. And I've probably mentioned this before. You know, if you bring up the question, you know, people, you know, if you're going to another country or traveling 1,000 miles, 1,500, 3,000, whatever it is, you know, people always say, well, I want to get there real early, 3-4 days ahead of time, a week and all that. They don't do that. That'll fuck up your dog. They get there 24 hours out, maybe 36 hours out. That's it. And the reasoning behind that is you're not there long enough for the temperature change or the altitude change or any of that to affect your dog. That's where they messed up. And Mr. Gray is the first one to tell me that. I did that, Richard. Got there a week out. That altitude got to him, and he was flat. He never did it again. And my other friend, he did, like I said, 24 hours out.
It was cool, boy. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I was thinking that way when I did that. You know what I mean? I was literally, I was thinking that way. I figured I would drive to New York from Ohio, jump on the flight, and a couple hours I'll be there. Everything seemed to work just like it did. I mean, I'm taking her out on the way. Everything's fine. It's just when we got to that airport and I opened that crate and she didn't come barnstorming out of there. She was sitting in the back of that crate. I knew I had a problem.
You knew. Yep. And that just could be a particular dog, you know. It doesn't take anything away from what the dog is naturally or normally. It's just that it could freak them out, man, for whatever reason.
Yep.
And I've seen good dogs, tested dogs, winners, not even traveling, 10 minutes from their house, freak out because of the crowd or freak out because of the lights.
Yeah.
And they don't want to even start. They don't even start. Good dogs, man. So, you know, they're flesh and blood. They have, you know, anything could happen, you know. And as you get, you know, experience in that, you honestly know which dogs you can travel with and which you can't.
True.
That's
true.
part of it too, you know.
Yeah, I like that one. And you walk by the car, he's always getting ready to jump in the car. You know.
Yeah.
I like him.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
That one right there.
Yeah, I had one that I got there the day before, you know, the night before, 24 hours out. and he was such a intense, screaming, just fireball, man, that when we got there, he thought that was go time. He didn't sleep all night, all the next day. What I should have done is got there like I normally do, just 2 hours before the show. Empty him out, he would have been good to go. He burned himself out, and he still went 2.5 hours. You know, just a good little dog, man. So he wasn't one for traveling, even though it was only 6 hours, you know. And I've taken other ones 9 hours, not a problem, man. I get there right before the show, empty out, because, you know, my dogs were used to traveling, you know, being in the car all day long. We used to take them to Disneyland sometimes and just kennel them there. They'd be there all day long in the kennel, you know. So there's certain ones you can and certain ones you can't. So what were the other ones on the list?
Well, I already know your opinion as far as Grand Champion Lady Stone and Grand Champion Tornado.
Right. I take Lady Stone because now I seen Tornado on film. There's no doubt she was a bad bitch. But just sentimental reasons, I'll go with Boone's Lady Stone.
Okay, now why I got you?
And she was a bad bitch too. There's no doubt. She beat Champion Blondie. You know, took heavy damage and still beat her. Went 2 hours and 5 minutes. You know, so she ain't no slouch.
No, I mean she had to neutralize Blondie. That's the story.
That's right. And it took time, but
yeah,
that's what great dogs do.
Yeah,
that's what they do. You know.
Now, I'm going to tell you, this is the results of the poll. For Grand Champion Angus into Champion Jeep, it's 15%. For Grand Champion Mayday going into Grand Champion Yellowbuck, 15%. For Grand Champion Lady Stone versus Grand Champion Tornado, 41%. For Grand Champion BB Red versus Grand Champion Queen of Heart, 28%. And that's out of 169 votes at this point.
Right. So, true to tradition, the bitches get the nod. You know, people love to see bitches. You know.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
So who thought that was BB Red and Queen?
Yeah.
Were they the leaders?
Now the Jeep Angus one, you know, again, sentimental. I take Jeep because I had Jeep dogs. The story behind that, everybody knows that, you know, whatever happened with Ruby and Angus and all that, Angus didn't make it. But here's the kicker. He didn't forfeit just once, he forfeited twice.
That's right.
So what happened both times? Was Ruby, you know, the problem with Ruby was that the first time or the second time? And whether it was the first time or the second time, what happened the other time?
That's right.
Because the first time, Angus forfeited, or their side forfeited, so Stinson and Step brought a black dog, right? That went 2 hours and 5 minutes with Jeep. He was a 3-time winner, reportedly a son of Zebo. Jeep beat him, then they did it again, and that's when the Home with Jeep match came on. So, you know, people don't normally mention that, and a lot of people don't know that. Yeah. But he forfeited twice.
Right. I mean, the first one was the Bishop Boys. The Bishop Boys was in that that was the first one. Remember, the Bishop got sick, and their dog got sick, and so they went and got the black dog. And then the next one was Angus.
Right.
And then they paid another forfeit on that one.
Right.
And they really didn't pay they paid the forfeit, but they went and got Homer though.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
Hey, I got another question.
I like that Angus match because I don't give a damn. I mean, it's a difference when you got a male on female. But remember, Angus was the first recognized certified champion beater.
Yep, he was. His record is he's a 6-time winner. He beat one-time winner. He beat two-time winners. He beat a 3-time winner, which was Bobby Love's Tiger, right? And then he beat 2 4-time winners, Champion Otis and Champion Homer. So he was one of the, you know, when I first started reading about all these dogs, he was one of my favorites back in the day, just because of his record. you know, and who he beat. And that was real hard to do. You know, a lot of dogs beat a champion, grand champion. There ain't too many that beat 2 or 3 of each. And not only that, every dog on their record was a winner at least, you know.
I mean,
and he would match in California first, and then they sold him to Ohio, and that's where he had his last 3 matches.
That's right. Yep.
3 or 4 matches.
I got another super chat for a question for you guys. This one here is from Rudy Kennels. Appreciate the love, Rudy Kennels. He said, in the past, where did the term catch weight come from?
Catch all.
Yeah. Well, I would guess, I'd have to recheck, you know, but I think it was a boxing term first, right? And what catch weight means in the dogs is it was generally for dogs that were big. So there's no weight specification. You bring them in whatever weight they are. Alligator fought 1 or 2 catch weight dogs. There's different dogs throughout history that fought at catch weight. And there's usually a weight discrepancy. Could be, you know, 3, 4, 5, 10 pounds, whatever it is. It's just 2 guys bringing whatever dog they wanted at whatever weight they wanted and doing it. But the term also means any match that was put on where there was no specified weight, that's a catch weight.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, a lot of them, you got a 35-pound dog going into a 38, you know, 40 against 45, like that, you know. I think the biggest discrepancy, at least in my time, was, I think it was Champion Lucifer or something like that. He went into I don't know why the guy did it, but there was a 14-pound weight discrepancy. And of course, the smaller dog won. He was a game dog. I think he was a red boy dog. I can't remember the guy's name, but if you research it, that was the weight discrepancy on that, was 14 pounds.
Yeah, we learned that. We learned that in our earlier years.
Mm-hmm.
When we didn't know what condition.
I think the one that won, I think his name was Bigfoot, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Champion Lucifer and Bigfoot.
I didn't know Lucifer was that big, was he? Was a big dog? 15. Wait, he came in 15 pounds bigger than another dog.
Yeah, 14 pounds. I think he came in like 59.
Damn, Lucifer was that
and
big.
Lucifer was 45 or something like that. Yeah.
Hey, I got
that's
another.
where the term comes from, when there's no specified weight,
Right.
and it's usually held in reserve for big dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I got
One of
another.
alligator's matches, I think it was the catchweight one. They might have really specified weight, but he beat a staff, you know. He had a big old staff named Jack, I think. Black and white dog. I have a picture of them in Hold.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You need to give me that one. I need to put that in my book.
Yeah. I don't publicize it because I don't put pictures like that out. You know, if it's a painting or drawing or something like that, that's fine because that's art. You know, it's artwork. But
well, you know how
stuff like that, I don't put. But remind me whenever, and I'll take a picture of it and then I'll send it to you so you can have it.
Oh yeah, because I'll just put it in an art form.
I'll make a copy and I'll send you a copy of the picture.
Oh, you know that'd be very appreciated. You know that'd be
What's
very.
that?
You know that'd be very appreciated.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Hey, I got another super chat from my man, Desmond Robinson. Thanks for the 10-piece, fam. He didn't have nothing to say. He just enjoying the show, man. He just sent the 10-piece. So appreciate that, Mr. Desmond Robinson.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, now's the time if you want questions asked. Put them up there, man.
Yeah, this is it. We said all we need to say. We just trying to get the questions now. Anybody? We got any backlashing? Did we get any backlashes for anything we were speaking on earlier? Because that's why we did part 2. I had to go get the professor to help me out. You know, because I heard so many guys getting away from, like, throwing everything out the window and just going like their own way, and I'm like, how are you going to preserve the game that way? You know,
it can't be done. It can't be done. And like I said, people, you got to have some foresight. What's in the future? What do you want the future to look like? Do you want it to just all the information being, word of mouth, or is it important that it be recorded somewhere? Overwhelmingly, most people in their later years are glad that it was recorded.
Yes.
Even if they have that attitude, I don't report shit, I don't put pedigrees up. They're happy that somebody did.
Yeah.
That's personal experience, and I travel, not so much now, but I used to travel all over the place, man. And all these old guys, they're the same way, And like I said, I asked them, "You mind if I say this? Do you mind if I put this up?" Even videos sometimes, You mind if yeah, go ahead, yeah, no problem. So that's how important it is. You have to have some foresight that you might want it recorded at some point in your life, usually when you get older. But if it's not, you're going to lament that, man, people forgot about me. They forgot about my dogs. They don't know my dogs. They don't know how they were bred, And registries, that's one of their jobs, is to keep that history intact.
I know when I left and I came back, you remember, when I left the game to protect the game. And I shut it down. And when I come back, I see all these champions and producing dogs were going hard in it. Had no idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
No idea.
It's a good feeling. Somebody cared, Somebody cared to record it.
Yeah, I came back and I see all these dogs, I knew Bebe was an all woman before I left. But then you got all these daughters off of Maytoo producing all these, and everybody be like, "Twin, why you always like females?" Because something about going hard dogs. Our bitches produce champions.
Yes.
I don't care how you breed it.
I would bet in some of them that you look at them and you go, "Hey, I forgot about that dog."
Oh yeah. There was a couple of them. There was a couple of them. Yes.
Yeah. We can't remember. And then it rejuvenates your memory, and you go, yeah, and then there's a story behind it. People love hearing the stories. They do. It doesn't matter what it's about. They really enjoy it. That's one of the best things, that I get when I get out there and talk to people. Sometimes they're just happy to ask me one question. Hey, I wanted to ask you this, or I wanted this and that, and what do you know about this and that? All of that. I even had some of them old timers, hey, schoolboy, what's your channel? I'm not too tech savvy, but I want to get on there and see what you put out and see what you got to say and all that, And they never had an interest in that ever, but they do now.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
Okay, well, fellas, we can try to wrap it up right now. Schoolboy, I need you to go ahead and do a shout out and give people some more information on your registry, because I think that's another thing that's important, that everybody can have an avenue, and at least for those who want to utilize the importance of the registry, I think, if possible, that you could go ahead and tell them how to get in contact with you.
Well, I appreciate it. You can contact me on Facebook Messenger or my email. My email is all small letters, richardjschoolboy60@gmail.com, or you can contact me through Instagram. And thanks to everybody for showing up. Thanks to the twins for having me on the show again. I'm always available. I appreciate it. Everybody keep scratching, man.
Thumbs up, y'all. Let's get it, man.
Hey, fellas, y'all know what time it is. We in that part of the show that we done had the professor walk in this house.
Straighten up some shit.
And straighten out some shit.
That's right.
And for his time, all I need y'all to do is give me a whole damn bunch of thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Muscles. on here. He done took out the time, man. I wanted fluttering with that shit. I wanted to see pages. When he go home and he look into that damn screen, I wanted to just see him move his thumb like zing. You know what I'm talking about. Like a good free spinning treadmill. Zing. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me. Show the love. Thank you, big bro, as always. Don't forget your books. Don't forget your books, schoolboy. I hate to get up and away from my thing since I got you, but every time I got you on my show, I'm gonna go get my little mementos. Hold on.
There you go. Yeah, I got the new one coming out. It's gonna be called The Dogs, Dogmen, and Bloodlines, and it just covers a lot of stuff. It should be out pretty soon, hopefully this month. I would have had it out a couple of days ago, but we ran into some glitches about the pixels in the pictures or something. Anyway, I don't know. My daughter's taking care of it, but it should be out soon. I think it's going to be interesting. A lot of information, a lot of untold stories, and I got more coming after that. I got 3 or 4 I'm doing, finish up at different times, but I'm going to keep doing it till I can. And again, I appreciate everybody's support, and thank you.
Hey, schoolboy, I'm gonna just tell you this right now, man. You're gonna be zinging. When you see it, they put out the roses, the thumbs up, the muscles. I mean, you're gonna see that. I want you to just stop by, just check out the Appreciation family, because it's always definitely a pleasure just to have you. And we needed that more than anything, because again, we get a lot of, feedback, and we read the Shark Tank. We measure everything we do based on what the Shark Tank does. And most everybody watches your videos. So it's always a pleasure to have you come by and step in here and sit down with the Sharks and all our viewers to give the insight from the professor's way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not just our way of thinking, but you've been in the game longer than us, and you have just a better idea because you got the scientific and the understanding of what it takes to maintain this thing called the American Pit Bull Terrier game fraternity.
Yes, sir. Shout out to everybody, and I'm gonna go back and look at the chat probably 3 or 4 times. I do it with all the other ones, I go back, listen. When I find some time, I'll go back to them old ones too, man. And I think it's important because there's a lot of information on there, not just from me, but from a lot of people. Right. And again, salute guys for what you do. Much respect. And I'm gonna get off here. But peace out, everybody.
Don't forget our anniversary is coming up. February 16th. Yes, February 16th is our first show. So we're gonna go to the closest date to the 16th. Our first show was February 16th. We're coming up on a year. So we're gonna have this big old thing. I am asking for all my big brothers to come to be here on that day. So I'm gonna have you, Boom, Rasta, who else? Bakari, Big Steppin', so I want to enjoy that day with you guys.
Yeah, just remind me, I'll be there, man. And everybody else, be there or be square. You know how it goes.
You already know how it goes. Thank you again, schoolboy. Thank you so much, sir.
All right.
One love, y'all. You know it, big bro.
Appreciate the love.
Hey, y'all, you see what the professor, when he comes in, I know y'all enjoyed it as much as I did. It was very interesting. And he put a lot of things to me, I needed help. Because, see, I don't want to never be, putting out something, I need, that's why I need my big brothers around, folks. Because we all then had our hands in this. And, and I think that, I just want you guys to hear from other people. Other known people, and they have another way of speaking on things and another viewpoint that might be in touch with some of you viewpoint. It might not be, but the thing is, we're giving you different looks at certain things, man. And it's always a privilege to have the professor around. I'm gonna tell you, you ought to get those books. I'm mad because I'm over here wanting to grab my books, and I got my books at home, and I usually is always over here anyway. So I'm gonna get them books back up in here so I can always reach out there and grab them and be able to show you guys when I got these guys on, because these books are really interesting. When I'm bored, I am sitting there enjoying a life of reading in those books, man. It takes you back in this, when you're reading a good book, man, you almost kind of get inside that book and be like you part of the screen and just stand there doing and watching. Man, there's so much history in those books. You know, that I feel sorry for you guys because you guys are probably going to miss the best things that really made this thing special. You know, we're going to have to figure out a way, fellas. And, you know, the best way is to get back down into the basement where it's safe and everybody live by the disclaimer. And, you know, it's never going to stop the cat from chasing the mice. You know, Tom and Jerry did it for years, and they ended up being cool in the long run. So, hey, you know, that's all I'm saying about this. You know, the chase is never going to stop. So, hey, the game, it hadn't stopped the game yet either. You know, our numbers are diminishing. They are literally destroying your bloodline. You know, and they're doing it, like I said, just pay attention. I said this a long time ago. They're systematically trying to disrupt the dog game. They're trying to take the game inside of the dogs. They want to have pet bulls instead of pit bulls. It's going to be called the American Pet Bull Terrier. That's right, the American Pet Bull Terrier. I didn't say pit, I said pet. Pretty soon they're going to ban the word pit in the American Pit Bull. You know what I mean? They're going to want us to get rid of that word because in relations, what it means. And it does give us a bad name. You know what I mean? When you say pit bull, what would that mean? You know, they used to fight them dog for real. You know, so maybe we need to get that stigma away from the game, you know, so we can get back into the game. You know what I mean? That's all. Everybody got to live by disclaimer. Remember, there's nothing real here. You know, everything is fictional. You live within the disclaimer. And just raise your dogs. Like Fat Bill said, who's going to get out here and admit they're a dog fighter? You ain't got no business fighting dogs. I'm not condoning fighting dogs. I can tell you about what I did, but hey, that's because I was doing wrong back then. I don't mean I'm doing wrong now. And I wouldn't be advising y'all to be doing anything wrong. I'm just telling you, look, if you want to raise these dogs, you have to live within a certain guideline. And in that guideline, we call it the disclaimer. In that disclaimer, it tells you everything is fictional. If you understand what that means, everything has to be fictional. We're not trying to break no laws. If we're not trying to break no laws, then that means we need to have our rabies shots and our registration. And any other thing that it needs to have to abide by the law. And then in the same instance, we need to stand up to our own rights when it comes to our dogs. You know, like you need to follow the disclaimer, you also need to know the law so you can follow what we've been trying to tell you about, not just opening up your door because they want to bum rush and walk in there and take all your dogs. So, hey guys, good show tonight, man. Good show. I mean, golly, them super chats was coming through, and there wasn't too many questions. Now, not too many questions in them super chats like I was expecting them to be. They were just running. Because they probably having full-blown conversations. I'm going to have to go back in and look and read. I hope everybody stayed respectful up in there because I know that was a touchy subject. You know, I heard them saying things like guys with pedigrees, the one papers, the newbies. Well, I am a guy who had papers my whole career. And I don't remember myself being no newbie. You know, and I did not sell dogs. When I got out of the dogs, I sold my whole yard in 28 days. 28 days. And the only times I really sold dogs is when I got out of dogs. So if there's people that got to know me and wanted some growing hard dogs, it wasn't like it was just open to the public. And that goes all the way down to stab fees and all that. And too many people come to my yard to stab nothing. So y'all got to remember that too. You know what I mean? Regardless, hey, when I say my dogs was bred to Mayday, whether, you know, Mayday wasn't the daddy or not, I got papers to say he was, and that's good enough for me. You know? Hey, fellas. Hey, chat. Let me talk to the chat. Let me talk to that Shark Tank. Man, y'all bitches out there. Y'all something else. Look, I appreciate everybody who supported the channel tonight. Shout out to my man Schoolboy. Shout out to my man Fat Bill Renters. Hey, look, you know he got some USB discs going on for them $50 for the whole AGDT book. Look, I gotta get mine. Y'all gotta get y'all's. Hey, he made it available. And he found Pretty Mama. Yeah. Appreciate the love on the Pretty Mama story, Fat Bill. I know you were gonna find it. But yeah, another big shout out to the Shark Tank. Hey guys, I like the way you represent yourself. I mean, it's I see a lot of going on in there, but the thing is, that's what this is all about. Everybody got opinions. Everybody got their way of thinking, and hey, we don't hate on that. We just ride with it. You know what I'm saying? And for all the new viewers, and I know it's a lot of y'all out there, y'all do not forget to hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to hit that like button. And for all my sharks that's in the room, on y'all way out, y'all better make damn sure that y'all one of them to hit that damn like button. Come on, sharks. I know how y'all expecting everybody else to do something that y'all ain't doing. Tighten up.
Support the channel.
Support the channel.
Don't
y'all know.
forget, the Cash App is out there. We really need it because we're doing some merchandising. We're going to be doing some.
Yeah.
There's a lot of help out here. We need you guys.
Get that ticker running across the bottom. Thanks for the ones that do the super chat. You know, everybody just get involved. Again, we're trying to do a lot of big things going into our next year. Because of you guys, you know, I mean, I know it's a lot of people out there doing so many things so much bigger. But when we crossed over 250,000 views in less than a year, that's big for a dog channel for us. Remember, we the new kids on the block. You know what I'm saying? But we expect to see this thing get bigger, and we expect to see some of them people that's in that Shark Tank become one of them legends, become some of them people that sit down and be able to pick up where we leaving off. Because we ain't guaranteed to be doing this forever. You know what I mean? We got Schoolboy on here tonight. You heard it right from the professor's mouth. I mean, come on now. What more can you ask for?
It made a lot of sense, too.
It made a lot of damn sense. Man, some of y'all can knock it, but we're not here to try to change everybody's mind. We're actually trying to get people to show people there is another alternative. There's another way of doing things without having to just say, I'm not. That's all. Don't forget, fellas, we're going to be back again for our Talk Shit Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be looking for everybody to be there. Again, shout out to all the people I didn't get a chance to do my little shout outs. Don't forget, y'all hang out in the parking lot. I'm going to get, you know how I do it. I run back to the parking lot. Everybody I missed from the opening part of this, I go find y'all. I'm going to be hanging out with y'all for the rest of the evening. Again, as many people that have been in the show, I need everybody who watches the video to take the damn poll. We're going to be on for about another 30, 45 minutes. Just jump in there and hit that poll. Because again, we like to measure everything we do based on our polls. And I think that, you know, the what if today, the what if was, as you read the definition, there's a whole lot of what ifs going on back in the day. But at least then back in the day when we did what if, we went and find out what up. You know what I'm saying? We went to find out what the hell was up.
What it is.
What it is. Show up on the spot and get some damn answers. That's all I'm saying. As we living in the day of what if? Question mark. I'm gonna leave that for y'all to answer. Okay? Mo. Anything else, man?
I just said all I had to say, B.
Okay, B. Well, look. As we put this rock on, we're gonna do our little rock. Yo, he's trying to put some swag in his mouth. Oh, he's trying to put some swag in his mouth.
Can't be up there talking about his swag better than mine. Come on now. You know what that swag. You know what's up, fellas, when we get to that parking lot.
You know what's
up. You already know what's up.
Hey, fellas, one thing I need all y'all to keep doing is follow that disclaimer. You know what I'm saying? And roll it out with us. You know, and one thing your damn show better be doing, because everybody in the Shark Tank, they doing it. We doing it over here because we going always.
You mean always.
I mean always.
Scratch the win, baby!
Yeah.
I love y'all, man.
Hey, them Sharks, man, look here, man. Y'all
Tuesday.
keep doing what y'all doing, man, and check it out. We're going to see y'all Tuesday.
Stay
Everybody,
safe.
hey, look, everybody have a good weekend.
Come on.
Yeah. AK, we in the house. What's up, baby? All my AK people, fam, what's going on, baby? Shout out to this goddamn pit dog. What's up, baby boy? All my Marine friends out there, what's up? Love y'all, man. Hoorah! All my doggers, you know what's up. Clap them sticks. X them out, X them out, X them out. Come on. Yeah, I get that little shimmy. Yeah, Twin gave me that little shimmy. You know, that's that old man shimmy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what's up, y'all. Yeah, come on. Beat. Deuces.
AQ, hit the Kennels. What's up, fam? I see you, fam. Y'all make sure y'all support the man channel. That's what we do around here. We support each other. AQ, you know I be stopping in, fam. You know I'm always stopping and check the list, baby. Shout out to my man Ben Brockton. Shout out to my man Frederick Hasbot. What's up, mate? LCC Kennels, I see you, fam. Man, I see you, fam. Lil Rock. Hey, Lil Rock, hit me up, man. Hit me up. I see you. I'm next. You keep talking about you want to be next, fam. You need to call me, man. You can be next, ain't no problem, fam. Appreciate the love in the super chat, though. Rock City. Rock City. What up, fam? Pip on Ring. I see you, fam. Self-made Kennels. What's up, fam? I see you. Yo, dun. I see you, fam. My man Landon Hills in the Halos. What's up, fam?
Now y'all gonna be mad when we go to them execs. We call that merchandise, them executives, the ones that put out that damn channel for their channels, gonna get them uppers.
I'm telling you, man, we got some merchandise coming up.
Y'all gonna love it.
I know you're gonna love it. Everybody gonna wanna have it. I'm just saying. You know, we ain't did that membership or the subscribe thing because we wanna have things to offer. So that's why going into our next year, we want y'all to keep supporting the channel. You know? Keep supporting the channel. Keep supporting each other. That's what makes, ain't no fun if you ain't having fun. How you gonna have fun and don't be having no fun? We gotta have some fun. There's only so much you can say when it comes to these dogs. No, it ain't. Nah, it ain't. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing because we're gonna keep trying to do what we do. It's all about trying to make things better. My man Dickie Foster in there. What's up, fam? I see you.
I got a shout out to my man DM. Still waiting on that email, baby.
DM. Still waiting on that email, fam.
He is a consistent contributor to this channel. Big supporter.
Consistent contributor. Appreciate the love, fam.
You're definitely on that executive list, my friend. You're definitely on that exclusive executive list.
Big shout out to my man Provocateur Bully was in the house. I see you, fam.
Photographer Book is another one, man. Shout out. Big brothers right there. They are executives in our committee, y'all. So I'm letting you know. Shout out to them.
CPK, what's up, fam? I see you. Mr. Desmond Robinson, I see you, fam. Let me take care of you right quick, fam. I need you to pick up that hardware.
Come on. Manny Rodriguez, shout out to you, baby.
Mo Keith, I see you, fam. My man Jimmy Mack, Mr. Vladimir Irwin, I see you, fam.
Ed Johnson, I hear you, baby. Thank you. Vladimir, thank you. Jeremy Hunter, shout out to you, baby. Thank you for your contribution to the channel, fam. Hey, Bacon. Thank you, baby. One time. Come on. You contributors, thank you for the contributions, man. Believe me, it's being used wisely, smartly, and definitely you're gonna love what you see, what your money's paying for. That's the show. Thank you. Continue to help. I picked Lady Stone and Tornado. I think I would have been betting with Lady Stone that night. Might have been a long night. I might have lost, but I'm going to bet. I'm betting on Lady Stone. Not taking nothing away from Tornado. I still like to see Tornado, that double grand champion, look good in the history. I know that damn much.
See you, fam.
ain't see Lady Stone and Tornado. And all we saw was a bunch of guns and big nasty chasing Kenny out and out of there.
Yeah.
Boy, but that would have been a good night there, boy. I tell you, everybody thought it was gonna be Lady Stone and Tornado. It wasn't even Tornado. It wasn't even Lady Stone.
It was at least 5, 6 cars full to roll down there with us.
Oh yeah, remember we had carload.
We had carload.
Couple cars probably.
Right.
That's all right. It's gonna be bigger than t-shirts, baby. You talking about twins? You know we gonna come harder than t-shirt, baby.
Yeah, baby, we gotta get better. We got now. T-shirts? Nah. I mean, we gonna have some t-shirts, but man, we got some damn shit that gonna have you ripping. Something new. We royalty Kennels, I see you, fam.
Say 20 years from now, what dog we really gonna be talking about? That's right, baby. I'm with you on that one.
20 years from now, I got one. It's gonna be going hard, Kennels, hella storm. tonight, bro. I see you as Supreme. Excellent. Thank you, baby. As always. Shout out to my man, Cool Bean. I'll see you, fam. Y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Yeah. Woofy. I don't know if I said your shout out was Woofy. What up, fam? I see you, fam. What's up, fam? I see you, fam. Bill, don't forget my hookup on Pretty Mama, bro. Bill, don't forget about me, baby. My man, Mr. Courtney Edwards. I'll see you, fam. My man, Jeremy Kendall. I'll see you, fam. Appreciate the love. Appreciate you coming out to the show tonight, fam. No, thank you, Fat Bill. Lil Rock, don't forget to hit me up, fam. Again, special shout out to the Shark Tank. For all the new viewers who happen to stop in and watch the video, don't just watch the video, check out, see what's happening going on in the chat. A lot of information going on in that chat. You know what I'm saying? And while you're over here, you might as well hit that like button and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already subscribed. Hello! Still in the early stages of the night. Fellas, we usually rock this up to 12 o'clock. I need y'all to hit the like button. I'm going on 800 views and I ain't got about 100 likes. It cannot be that bad. Stop it. Come on, man. Seven, lucky number, baby, all over the place. 777, 777, baby. Indicator, that's my name, 777. Indicator, come on. Davis, I see you, fam. Ray NFN Davis, I see you, fam. Alright, my people, it's about that time. Appreciate everybody who came out tonight. Shout out to the new viewers that happen to come by and watch the video. Don't just watch the video, pay attention to what's going on in the chat. The Shark Tank has a lot of information going on. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Don't cost you nothing. Just hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to hit them likes. As you notice, we have a ticker that runs at the bottom of our video, which gives you our Cash App information for anybody who would like to donate to the channel, support the channel. Remember, it's not about how much you give. It's the fact that you give. It's always going to be appreciated. So, as we rock out the rest of the night, we will see y'all Tuesday. Talk Shit Tuesday. So I suggest everybody have a good weekend. And I will see you guys all Tuesday. Thanks for showing up and enjoying the show. Thank you. Peace. I'm out. Mike check. Thank you.